Welcome. Hello to our many friends. Come on in, find yourselves a seat. There's no right or wrong. Hello, hello. Please come on in. Welcome. We are so glad that you all are here, and we're excited to get this summit kicked off. For those of you who I have not had an opportunity to meet, my name is Jamie Francis. I have had the pleasure of being a part of the U.S. Chamber Foundation team for 12 years now, and I'm so excited to welcome you to the TPM National Learning Network Summit for 2023. We truly look forward to this event all year long. You know how we call you the TPM family, the TPM Mafia? There is no greater reward to us than having you all come together for this once-a-year in-person event. To network with one another, to enhance your TPM implementation no matter where you are in your TPM journey. Last year, our colleagues spoke and we listened, and resoundingly you all said that we need more time. We want more time than a one-day event to network with our peers. And so we said, okay, let's put together a 2-day program. So we have 2 days that are jam-packed of lots of activity. I promise this time we worked in more bathroom breaks. But we are excited for you to make the most of your time with one another. So very briefly, who do we have in the room with us? We had more than 127 people register for the event, the highest number we've ever had for an in-person TPM summit. We also have some virtual friends who are joining us, so hello to everybody who's coming in from all across the country and in some cases all across the world. More than 80 of you are TPM Academy graduates, and we are so excited to have 26 states represented. Of course, shout out to our DC friends and our Canadian friends as well who are here. And then 60% of you are first-time summit attendees. So welcome. I hope that you will find this event super valuable. So just want to give a major shout out to our sponsors, because without you all, we could not have brought this together. So to all of our colleagues who were kind enough to support this event, a huge thank you. You'll have a chance to hear from a couple of them in just a couple of minutes. But to Apprenti and General Assembly and Interact, our colleagues from the Lumina Foundation and Walmart, from GoEducate, we're so glad that you all decided to join us again this year. Of course, I know that I'm missing folks. Very importantly, our colleagues from Greater SATX, we're so pleased to have both TPM partners as well as supporters of this event. So truly appreciate each one of you for making the time and the contribution and commitment to TPM. We're grateful to have this experience to bring our colleagues together. So a couple of housekeeping notes that we want to mention, in that for those of you especially who are new to the building, this is the Great Hall. This is where all of our main stage sessions will take place. But we also will have breakout sessions over the course of our 2 days. So we'll have breakout sessions here in the Great Hall, as well as in Lee Anderson. Lee Anderson can be accessed through these back doors, this beautiful big brown door in the back. You'll just go outside of that door, veer to the left, and then the door is going to be on your right. And then also meeting room 3 and 4. So to get to meeting room 3 and 4, you can go out our main registration space through the briefing center. You're gonna hang a right, and you guessed it, it's going to be the 3rd and 4th door on your left in order to get to those meeting spaces. Our meals will be served in the briefing center, so we encourage you to grab your food and then come back here to the Great Hall. We'll be explaining lunch in particular for today in just a couple of minutes. And then again, for those of you who have not been here, there are 2 sets of restrooms on the 1st floor. There is a men's room and a women's room directly out these doors to the left. And then in the case that those are full, if you go all the way around the hallway, so exit the briefing center and hang a left, there's another set of smaller restrooms just down the hall. I know that everybody is going to want to know what the Wi-Fi is. So it is USCC-guest. You do not have to enter in a password, but they will ask for your contact information and just to agree to some terms of use. But of course, we want to make sure that Wi-Fi is accessible to all. So let us know if you have any difficulty. And then we're really excited to be joined by a videographer, our colleagues Jeff and Ronan, who are capturing this event, but they're also going to be talking to all of you. So we asked you in your registration, are you willing to give a video testimonial? Please tell us what the TPM impact in your community has been. We would love to hear more about your story so that we can lift that story up and shout it far and wide. And then we're also joined by our colleague Joshua, who is the photographer in the back, if everybody wants to wave to Joshua. We have these really cheesy but awesome TPM Academy logo circles, and we would love for you guys to take advantage of them. Make them your new social media picture, profile picture, post it on LinkedIn, and what have you. But there are 3 of them in the briefing center, so please make use of them. And again, please let people know that you're here. We want you guys to be telling your TPM story more and more. So if you would use the hashtags TPM Network and Talent Pipeline Management and tag the U.S. Chamber Foundation, that would be so awesome. So what's a little bit different this year is hopefully at registration you all picked up one of these. This is our attendee workbook, and it is chock full of information to make sure that this is a valuable experience for you over these next 2 days. So not only does it include the agenda, but it also includes prompts for every breakout session. It includes the description information for each of those sessions, where they're located, and hopefully a couple of things to jog your thinking about how you want to make the most of this event. So highly encourage you to make use of this resource. There are a couple of important things that I do want to point out. On page 38, we've got a digital swag bag. When I first heard this, I said, what the heck is a digital swag bag? But it's just like what you would think. We're trying to capture all of the presentations, all of the resources that our speakers have provided in this very, very helpful booklet. So I hope that you will take advantage and use this and tell us what you think about it, since this is the first time that we have ever used that before. So I think whoop, went one too far. I think that is it in terms of remarks for me, but I do, again, just want to say a huge thank you to each of you for making the time to be here for this event. We are so excited to get into these 2 days, and we absolutely can't wait to hear what you think. We are very grateful to have such an incredible network in you, and that really starts, here within the U.S. Chamber and the U.S. Chamber Foundation as well. So we have been so lucky to have the support and true champion in our president of the U.S. Chamber Foundation, Carolyn Cawley. She loves telling y'all's story. She loves talking about talent pipeline management and the impact that you all are making. So we are so pleased that she was able to join us again for this event. If you would please join me in welcoming Carolyn Cawley to the stage.
Well, hello, everyone. It's really great to see you. As Jamie said, this room is called the Great Hall, and I thought you might like to know a little bit more about it. We're so proud of this room. If you had been here before COVID, you might remember it looked a little bit more like a Renaissance fair. It had these velvet flags and things, and we were able to take advantage of the time during COVID when no one was in the building to just max it out. It is, as some TV producers have said, the best, most wired building you could do TV broadcast in here without having to do anything special or anything new. And we're just so proud of it. These screens that you see along the sides of the walls, those come out and can be used in multiple configurations. And I think we're up at this point to maybe 65 heads of state who've come through here, big gatherings like this meeting. Last week, we had one of my most favorite events, which was that we at the foundation got to host a naturalization ceremony for what they call candidates to become new citizens. And we had 100 people from 46 countries here. It was a Department of Homeland Security proceeding, but they stood in this room and took the oath and waved their flags, and it was just really, really special. And as you can imagine, many of them are small business owners, and so we got to celebrate them in that way. But just to give you an idea of kind of the breadth of it, This building, as you know, is really historic. It was designed and built by the same architect who designed the Supreme Court at about the same time. And so there's a lot of history here, but it's also so modern and just fun to look at. So I hope that that will make your meeting even more engaging today. It's been a year since we were gathered in the room across the hall, and it's just, I can't tell you what a fan I am of TPM. I feel like I'm talking about it everywhere I go, to people and trying to explain the intricacies and really talk about this movement that got started here with our team, which is just the best. The thing that I'm most often asked about is, what does it add up to? So before I dive into welcoming the new fellows and talking more specifically about TPM, I wanted to step back for a minute and tell you about a really big development at our foundation, which is we spent the last year really digging deep into our operating model and how we work with communities and how we work with our partners, what was going to get us to the greatest, best measurement, the best metrics, the best impact that we can have. And we had to turn that then into a new brand story, and you'll start to see that in materials and things. But I thought, you're such good partners and we're all in the family. I wanted you to know that one of the most core things to our brand is the long-term commitment work that we're doing, and TPM is chief among them. It's such a crown jewel. And the theme that goes throughout all of our work, kind of our tagline, if you will, is that we're going farther together. And that is meant to say that the foundation doesn't do very much of anything alone. In life, every day, everything we're doing is groups like this and initiatives like this. And by design and by intent, this work is intended and built and created for adoption and engagement and uptake by others. And that's exactly what's happening with this movement around TPM. And it, as I said, it's just our crown jewel. We've got so many great stories and metrics, and we're on the hunt for even more. So those testimonials that Jamie talked about, the video snippets, if you could give them, are going to be really important. The other thing that I wanted to, and I'm going to wrap up with this at the end, but I'll plant the flag now. We want all of those qualitative stories. We want to hear in your own words how TPM is helping your communities and helping close that gap between employers and job seekers. But we also are on a really big mission now for numbers and impact. We have together such a great story to tell when you look at places like where industries are really impacted. We can tell great stories, and we need more numbers about places like Michigan and around electrification of vehicles. Early child care in Michigan, if you saw the headlines today, and that child care cliff coming up really fast, and I couldn't be more proud of this team's work on child care. The expansion of healthcare work in Kentucky and Vermont. These are such great stories, and we really want to put more numbers around them and show impact. Around states like North Carolina, where you've achieved more financial support, and places like Arvada, Colorado. I mean, you just look at this map, and it's TPM everywhere all the time. We're up now to 900 TPM Academy graduates, and more than 200 new colleagues like you have completed this training this past year alone. So if you consider the ripple effect of what that goes out to mean in communities and economic development agencies and all of the people working so hard to bring more opportunity to communities, we think we're really playing a good role. And the most exciting thing this year, as you probably know, is we took all of that in-person energy and turned it into a whole new exciting experiment and venture to take it online. As you know, it's called the CoLab. That was just 7 months ago after a long time and a lot of investment in R&D with world-class partners to make that the best online education platform it can be. And it's already getting uptake and showing return on investment. So more exciting news about that is going to come over the next 2 days of your gatherings. Another piece of exciting news, you may have seen this through the network and through conversations with our team, but the framework has won big awards, 4 of them, for learning and development from Brandon Hall, which was just fantastic. But that's not a reflection of the foundation and our team. Of course, I think they're great, and I think they're the best, but it's a reflection of what we've all done in going farther together. And the word is really getting out about TPM. And so we're going to be celebrating the first induction of the TPM Hall of Fame, which is great. And we'll make sure to promote that online and on social. And so you're not going to want to miss that over lunch. So, I talked a little bit about how our core mission, what's really core in our DNA, is creating solutions. And we put that into words when we rewrote and recrafted our purpose statement and our mission statement for the work of the whole foundation. And it is that we create solutions for the good of America and the world. Those were really intentional words. If you've ever worked with branding consultants, we paid a lot of money for like 15 words. But creating solutions is the heart of it, and creating solutions for adoption by others is really, really important. We are not a white paper factory. We're growing these things all the time. So the secret sauce is growing them with you. And so we're so pleased to announce the newest class of TPM Fellows. We recognize the time and effort that goes into this. And if you could please, when I call your name, please stand up so we can see you and applaud. Well, actually, we'll hold applause to the end. But let's start with Jennifer Branch from the city of Waco. Great. Megan Dennison with the Cape Fear Collective. Is she around? Not, okay. Michael Evans from the Kalamazoo Literacy Center. Hello, Michael. Cindy Lehman from the St. Clair County Intergovernmental Grants Department. Great to see you, thank you. Christopher Mammon with Greater SATX. Oh, they're all together there. And Romanita Mata Barrera with Greater SATX. Great, a whole table of you. Andrew Meehan with Relate Advocacy. Dorian Moe from the Kentucky Chamber Foundation. We love the Kentucky Chamber. Ann Pentiak with the Michigan Department of Labor and Economic Opportunity. And Jack Townsley from the Lenawe Now. That was a mouthful. Did I say that? I hope I didn't mangle that too much. So thank you so much. Welcome to the new class. We really look forward to your contributions. I also want to congratulate a couple of others in the new cohort who weren't able to be with us today. Ann Benowitz, Annie Sterling, and Garrett Sheehan. So I'll close now with just referring back to what I started with, which is that we know we can do more together. We can go farther together. Please take a minute to do those testimonial videos. They really matter to us. And really think about metrics and measurement to go along with those stories. It's so important to us as we are able to show greater impact and be able to put on more programming for you. And it's part of what we need to do. I want to tell you that our foundation board, which is chaired by Tom Wilson, he's the CEO of Allstate, as well as the chamber board, know all about TPM. We talk about it at every board meeting, and they're watching it closely. They love to hear these stories, and I look forward to getting more of you in front of people like them in the months to come. So thank you so much for everything. Good luck over the next couple of days, and great fellows, welcome to the class. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carolyn. We always appreciate the opportunity to hear from her. And now, I promise lunch is coming, and to thank our lunch sponsor, I'd like to welcome Dr. Frances Winters. Now, while she may be a new face to you, her organization is one that will be familiar to those of you who participated in our summit last year. Dr. Winters is with GoEducate, which is an opportunity marketplace that is doing some incredible work to connect people with training opportunities, with employment opportunities. And so we're really excited that GoEducate was interested in connecting with our colleagues once again because they got so much value last year. So please welcome to the stage, and please a certainly hearty thank you for sponsoring our lunch to Dr. Winters and the GoEducate team.
Hello, everyone. It's so nice to be here. This is my first time here and in DC as well. I'm a West Coast girl, even though I lived in New York City for quite a while years ago. So it's great to be back. So right now, I would love it if you just humored me for a moment. I want you all to imagine what your future employees are doing. What do you think they're doing right now? It's 12:26 p.m. Are they online looking for jobs? Are they watching Netflix and binging? What are they doing? Well, let me just go ahead and tell you what they're doing. They're sitting right now in 9th grade, 10th grade. They're sitting in their classroom thinking about their future. Well, maybe not really thinking about their future, but at some point they will. But I'm going to tell you for sure what they're doing. They're very unsure of their future. As potential employers, all of you should be thinking about them. What are you doing to put your opportunities in front of them? How are you showing them the pathways to learn the necessary skills to thrive in your organization? As a professor of communication at CSU Sacramento for almost 20 years, I've seen the struggles that many, 99% of my students face. They're trying to navigate their career and job opportunities the last semester of college. Of course, they're college students, right? They wait until the end, and they come to me. They've come to me over the years asking me for help because we develop a personal relationship. I'm trying to get them motivated to start thinking about future career. And while helping them research the different directions that they can take, I discovered that there wasn't one singular open and free resource that I could direct them to, regardless of their background, socioeconomic status, experience, that provided skills-focused career profiles and allowed them to track their digital records of all of their learning up until that point, that allowed them to link real-time credential and employment information and in-demand opportunities, including apprenticeships and internships, to local employers desperately searching for talent to fill their open roles. Okay, I know that was a huge mouthful that I just went through. Now there exists such a singular platform. At GoEducate, we provide this solution. Our regional opportunity portal and marketplace uses the power of connectivity to bridge the gap between education and employment, and it works to build sustainable talent pipelines for the growing industry demands in all of your regions. It's a powerful engine and a holistic ecosystem used to connect and drive the many moving parts of the talent pipeline management ecosystem. We strengthen the relationship between students, job seekers, education, employers, community partners. Our next generation technology is not just another piece of software, but an innovative tool that truly works to solve the problems many of us in the room struggle with, like declining interest in post-secondary education, transparency and understanding careers, the pathways that lead to careers, and the lifestyle that chosen careers can lead to. We have recently launched our first regional opportunity marketplace in the Sacramento region. We're working to educate local students and job seekers about the different careers and jobs available. We provide a robust marketplace with actual career pathways through traditional and non-traditional education providers. Most importantly, about employers who are seeking to build relationships with their future workforce. We're working closely with city chambers focused on workforce development, and we will be hosting part of a roundtable discussion. So make sure that you visit us so you can come and see what the regional opportunity portal looks like, how easy it is to stand up in your area, and how it can raise awareness about in-demand jobs and local employers directly tied to education and training programs. We hope to see you and meet all of you soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to Francis and to the GoEducate team. I'm excited about the roundtable discussion that y'all are going to host later on. But now finally, I know to lunch, I've heard stomachs grumbling for the past 30 minutes, so let's get right to it. I'm going to explain how this is going to work. As mentioned, food is served in the briefing center, so you'll grab your lunch, you'll come back in here. We have labeled some of the tables with specific industry names, so hopefully you gathered one of those pins when you entered registration that were based on industry. And the hope was that this will help promote conversation with your colleagues who are attending the event to see what they're focusing their TPM efforts on. Or maybe you haven't started a TPM collaborative. That's okay. If there are industries that you're interested in having discussions on, we would love for you to join those tables. It could be that not every industry has enough people. I love my equine folks, but you all are somewhat unique in your implementation. So in the case that you don't see your industry represented either in the pins or on the tables, please feel free to connect with colleagues and have great conversation. I will say that we did not print out healthcare. There's a lot of healthcare folks, so what I'm going to say about healthcare is that's the front. So any of these front tables can be healthcare tables, but there are conversation cards at your tables in the center that are just a couple of suggestions, prompts for conversation at your table, but there's no set facilitator. So just have fun with it. If you look in your attendee workbook, again on pages 8 and 9, you'll find that we have both the prompts that you'll find on the conversation cards, as well as spaces for you to jot down who you chatted with, their contact information, and anything that you all are learning from one another. So with that, we will go ahead and release you for lunch. Don't be shy. Get your food, start eating. We got a jam-packed day. You'll need your energy. Thank you again for being here. Have a great lunch, and thanks again to GoEducate for sponsoring this.
How I remember the good times that we had. Mic check, 1 2 1 2.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully you enjoyed your lunch. Welcome back. My name is Mark Peters. I am CEO of Butterball Farms and author of a book called The Source. We are located in Grand Rapids, Michigan, and I have the honor of facilitating our panel here today. So a couple of quick, we're going to do some introductions, but I do need to clarify one piece of data for everybody. Our company is not the turkey company. We are a specialty butter company. We distribute our products in the food service and retail markets across the country. So we do have a historic, not an economic connection, so if anyone's curious, see me later. As I ask you guys to do some introductions, what I'd like is for you to include a couple of one or two quick personal pieces of information so we get an idea of who you are, not just what you do. And my two are that I have a 17-year-old daughter and I'm a lifelong learner. So let's start with Susan, if you'd like to go ahead and...
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate it. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Susan Annable, and my day job is the Phoenix Market Vice President for Cox Communications. For some of you who might live in the area or in places around the country where we serve, you'll know that we are a cable broadband company. What you may not know is that we are a family-owned, privately held business that just celebrated our 125th anniversary. And no, it wasn't all in broadband. We weren't that progressive, but started with newspapers in Dayton, Ohio, and have had the good fortune to have a company that's continued to look around the corner and identify opportunities to work in newspaper, radio, television, broadband, home security, you name it. And so I have the privilege of leading our Phoenix market, which is our largest asset in the company, and also have the good fortune to serve on the Greater Phoenix Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors. I'm on the executive committee and chair our public affairs committee. And so in that capacity, I've gotten to work very closely with our Chamber Foundation and work on many workforce issues. I also did a 6-year stint on the Arizona Workforce Council, the Workforce Arizona Council, appointed by Governor Doug Ducey at the time. So I've had the opportunity to look at workforce issues from a variety of different perspectives. Very glad to be here. A couple of personal notes. I love to hike, and I have 2 adult children who live in Texas, and I can't get them to come back to Arizona because they love Texas so much.
All right, thank you, Susan. And we have Tiana, who is joining us virtually. Sorry that you couldn't be with us here in person today, but they've got a great setup for us, so go ahead.
Yes, well, thank you so much for having me, Tiana Carter. Shout out to Texas. I'll tell you, the weather is pretty nice down. In August. So I am the Assistant Vice President of HR here at USAA. And if you are not familiar with us, we are a financial services and insurance institution And we are 101 years old. So shout out to the 100-year club. There's not a lot of us around anymore. So honored to be highlighting our legacy. But I serve as our head of our DE&I talent strategy. I come from a workforce background. I actually led workforce innovation at a nonprofit that our founding board chair was Penny Pritzker out of Chicago. So all about workforce disruption. Was the chief diversity officer at Waste Management prior to coming to USAA. So it's in my blood. Workforce innovation is an exciting space to be in as it's constantly changing. On a personal note, I have two kiddos who are 4 and 7 and very energetic. And on a personal side, I also am a gardener and I like to do art. I paint and draw. So those are some fun hobbies I enjoy.
Fantastic. Thank you, Tiana. And now, fellow Michigander, Michael.
Good to meet you folks. My name is Michael Ayer, and I'm the HR director for Wacker Chemical. We are also a family-owned business with 109 years. We are headquartered out of Germany, and the Michigan site where I'm at has been there the longest in the United States, since 1964. In addition to being the HR director there, I work with our Lenawee County Economic Development Group, Lenawee Now, work on a lot of community-based opportunities. And on a personal note, I am a father of 2 grown sons. One is here in Southern Maryland, the other one is in Michigan. And the one in Michigan lets me be on the sidelines of his high school football game, so I pretend I'm taking stats and I try not to get kicked off the sidelines by the referees. So, thank you.
That's awesome. Well, I'm super excited to be here to do this facilitation, and I kind of got to TPM in an unusual way because I was doing research for a second book that I'm writing, and I found the curriculum online, and then I went through the programming. And I'm very committed to it. My HR VP is with me for this conference, and 20% of her time is dedicated to building outside networks. So I'm really fascinated to be part of this, and I wish I were sitting in the audience so I could take notes as we learn from you guys. One of the questions is, had you previously attempted any collaborations before you got involved with TPM to solve some of your talent problems? And how did that go, if you did? Anybody want to volunteer to start? Or
I'll give it a quick start. At Wacker Chemical, I've been there since 2014. Early on in my time, I was invited to participate in a county-wide effort to identify talent issues. I will tell you that was a very frustrating process. We had employers from all kinds of different markets, healthcare, education, manufacturing, nonprofits, and I said over and over again, we're trying to hit a grand slam with all these different employers, and we never could get that first step. And it wasn't until Jack Townsley, one of the fellows that was introduced today, got the small group together of chemical manufacturers that we really started to make some significant strides. So yeah, that first approach was very frustrating for many of the colleagues that are now part of that small group that we're working with.
So just a quick follow-up question. Would there any sort of, if there was one or two things that you could say why it didn't work with the bigger group that you were, any particular learnings?
I think our expectation was too broad. Okay. It wasn't a narrow focus, and we didn't have a common set of interests. Yeah, we all had talent issues, but it was tough to put it all together and identify common traits that we were all looking for.
Right. Okay. Tiana, how about you?
You know, USAA, we have a pretty clear understanding of the need to partner, right? So we're pretty effective at identifying and working through talent challenges, but we know we don't have all the answers. And so we leverage a lot of collaborative partners from, you know, the Hiring Our Heroes, Veteran and Mill Spouse Council, the JP Morgan Chase, Veteran Jobs Mission, and then the SHRM Foundation. We do a lot of work with them as well. And it's interesting. We know two things. There's always enough opportunity to go around. So oftentimes there's this concern of, hey, we don't want to divulge our industry secrets because there's not enough talent. but there is plenty of talent out there. And if you are able to lock arms and help try to solve that challenges that impact the industry, you ultimately help build bigger talent pools for everyone, which is really exciting. And so part of why I love us being engaged is when you think about us, we're a financial services institution, but we're also one of the largest kind of cyber organizations. When you think about the bank, we are defending kind of 1 million cyber attacks on a daily basis at USAA. And so being involved in the TPM collaborative is important to us because, again, workforce expectations are changing, the work is changing, and we can't learn fast enough if we're not partnered with other organizations to see what's coming down the pipeline. So I think it's the power of the collective. We realize that that's our recipe for long-term success. So.
Okay, Susan?
So I'd taking off from what Tiana was sharing, the challenges that the Greater Phoenix Chamber Foundation had when we started in the collaborative process back in 2016 is a lot of the industries, to Tiana's point, they didn't want to collaborate, they didn't want to share information, a lot of them were competing, but we did have some early success with cybersecurity, and that was a space where whether you were a small, medium, large-sized business, everybody had needs for workforce for cybersecurity. In fact, on any given day, we need 12,000 cybersecurity jobs filled just in Arizona. And so by identifying through the collaborative the problem of expectations of employers that entry-level cybersecurity employees would have 2 to 4 years of experience, realized after getting together through the collaborative process that the standard was too high to attract any of these students coming out of the college system. And so by working through the collaborative and working with the community college system, we're able to adjust the entry-level requirements for the roles and right-size what was the expectations were for employers. So coming at it from both directions, from the education side and from the employer side, we're able to come up with innovative ways for people to get the kind of cybersecurity experience that we might be looking for through non-traditional ways. So think hackathons and that sort of thing. So broadening the scope, right, of ways that we could get experience to these entry-level employees and modifying the expectations of employers while working with the community colleges really made a big difference. So that was a great early success that demonstrated, regardless the size of your business, you could benefit from a collaborative.
So when you were asking employers to change the standards for entry level, did you get any pushback on that?
I think there's always a process of people kind of getting to the right place, but I think the idea of assured mutual success got people to think a little bit more broadly than just sort of, well, this is what we're being told these requirements need to be for our industry. But I think having this broader conversation amongst many different industries and many different employers, they were able to come to an agreement that we can have a shared set of expectations around what constitutes entry-level qualifications.
Good. All right, thank you. So what has stood out to you guys about working in this sort of collaborative way that's different than other things we do in our enterprises? And I guess from an organizational standpoint, how did that happen in your organization, and how open were you guys to working a different way? And let's go the opposite direction. So we're going to start with you this time.
Okay, I'll keep it very brief, and I'll speak to one specific in our industry, not through a formal collaborative process, but with the advent of almost $43 billion coming into all of our states for broadband network construction under the federal BEAD program. I think our industry broadly recognized we've got a lot that's going to be happening in the next 5 to 6 years. And this was already happening even before the federal funding to expand broadband access across the country. We don't have enough employees. We don't have enough technicians and enough what we would call fiber splicers in our business. So collaborating through an organization called the Society for Cable Telecom Engineers, aligned around some unified standards for a 2-year degree program that we partnered with our local community college again, Maricopa Community College system, and created an associate's degree program for broadband telecom. And again, the benefit for a large company like mine is having a standard online curriculum that we can bring this very needed workforce into our business. But also importantly, we rely on a lot of contractors. So we hire field and construction contractors to help us build and maintain our network. And having these uniform standards in a degree program that anybody from anywhere in the world could obtain through the community college system was one way that, you know, a nonprofit industry group partnering with industry and the education system is getting us what we need.
That's great. Tiana?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. I wanted to piggyback off a comment that Susan had just made, going back to how the collaborative efforts help us. When you think about getting employers and companies on board or other businesses, the cost of turnover, oftentimes, if you can address that through creative means, pays for itself. And so when you think about, I think Indeed came out with a report earlier this year that one of the top reasons candidates or employees leave their role is career path, right? So partnering through this collaborative and being able to map your career paths from the point of entry all the way up through 5 years of experience, and then coupled with, to what Susan just mentioned, understanding what certifications or career college, community college classes are necessary to help you move along that continuum, you ultimately improve your employee retention, solve your business needs. And so it behooves companies to get more engaged into partnerships like this, because then they can better articulate not only just the career paths for their own company, but even outside, like, hey, stick it out with us for a year. And, you know, even if it's not with, say, USAA, of course, we want it to be with us, but you can eventually move on to be a loan officer or, you know, move up to be an underwriter if you start here as a customer service representative. So I think those conversations help because you get a better understanding of the realm of possibilities for your talent, and you can coach them up, hopefully to stay with you, but if not, as good ambassadors of your brand and your company because you invested in their development.
Right, I love the way you think about that, and I want to come back to that in a minute. But Michael, go ahead.
So Susan talked about align, and I think that's a very important word for us. The chemical manufacturers in Lenawee County had to deal with the stigma of a chemical company. You know, 3 Mile Island or Bhopal or all those kind of ugly images that you have of the chemical industry, and yet none of us have that kind of environment. As a matter of fact, we offer some of the cleanest, safest, most highest paying positions. And how do we get that message out to not only the moms and dads, but also the college students and the people in high school? And we were able to, with our consortium, to get a line. We got a state funding, which made 3 different videos that were critical to our success. We had a video on the chemical industry in general, where we tried to dispel those myths about the chemical industry. We had another one about careers. Tiana talked about pathways and career pathways. You don't have to be a chemist. There are other kind of positions within the chemical industry, and we highlighted those. And we talked about chemical operators making their way through the chemical operator positions into salary exempt positions. And so that career pathway was critical. And then the third video, which I'm very, very proud of, was women in chemistry, to really look at that diversity issue. And if you have an opportunity, take a look at it. One of the greatest comments is at the very end. One of our chemical operators talks about what women in chemistry and what working at Wacker Chemical did for her and her family. It's awesome.
Michael, I think one of the things that's interesting about what you said is we all have other jobs other than, like, you know, you said people that are working like in the plant or whatever. You've also got finance people and HR people and procurement people. There's a whole suite of different opportunities in companies. Absolutely. Right? So, Tiana, one of the things that you mentioned is this idea that somebody can go on to another company, and of course you want them to stay with you. And from my perspective, with a smaller or mid-market company, we don't always have those sort of next steps, and it's really hard for us to build career ladders. So I'd be interested in a little bit of advice from you guys about how a smaller to mid-market company might respond to TPM or even to your specific idea. So since it was your idea, I'd like to have you start. Tiana. I'm pointing to the screen because she's in front of me. I know she's back here, but she's right in front of me.
I'm everywhere, Mark. I'm all over the place. So, I guess you're right in the fact that we have 36,000 people working at USAA and $36 billion with a B company. So we do have a lot of room for growth and opportunity. But we also see a lot of boomerang hires. I think it's hard for folks to grow at any organization. It's interesting on a lot of these collaboratives, you realize no matter how big your organization or small, you often face the same talent challenges. We hear that in-house. Hey, there's not enough room for growth. And so the biggest thing for us is how do you create that stick factor and highlight other things other than just the career path, but also the purpose. A lot of folks want to come to work and feel like they're making meaningful contributions, not just in their role, but to society. I think for us, we have that hook with impacting the military, the service members, the community, because the national security, a lot of times people leave the military because of their financial situation or, military spouses not having means. And so we do a lot of work that's not just about banking and insurance, but how do you create the financial security around the military ecosystem? And so I'd say figuring out what your employee value proposition is going to matter, because the career paths are one thing, compensation is another, but there's a whole host of other factors like culture, collaboration, connectedness to your colleagues. I think that's why you're also seeing a lot of companies go back from where they shifted to remote to being on site. That feeling of community and camaraderie is important for a lot of people. I think LinkedIn said only 8% of jobs being posted now are remote. And that's because companies are really pushing for that. You get a lot more innovation and connectedness in the office. So I would say for smaller companies, think about what your employee value proposition is outside of just career paths and be able to effectively articulate it. And that should also help with the stick factor.
Nice, thank you. Michael?
Yeah, we all have heard the employer proposition, the employer value proposition. I think we need to make it personal, right? Every individual, whether in a small company or a large company, wants to know what is in it for me and my family. And I think that employer value proposition needs to be individualized as you're going through the selection process, identify what are key to those individuals and try to talk about those career paths. Just have a story, and I have lots of stories at Wacker, how people have started out as a chemical operator, started out as an entry-level shipping clerk, and how they've moved through the organization. And the other thing I always say is if you want to be the world's best chemical operator, we have those people that have been around for 45 years. So some people don't want that challenge. They don't want that stress. So again, trying to identify that individual need or desire. The other thing I always I talk to college kids and I talk to high school students all the time and talk about finding a company, regardless of size, finding a company that will give you the opportunity to not only start in one place, but how many different places can you go? They talk about students changing careers 7 times. What I tell our interns and other applicants is you can have 7 different careers within Wacker. You might start out as an operator, you might move into supervision, you might move into buying and scheduling and procurement, but if you find the right company, you're going to be able to have those 7 careers within one company.
And I would just add, at Cox Communications, every employee has a right to have an individual development plan. And we expect our leaders to make sure that everybody in their team each has an individual development plan. And to that end, it may not be that you're planning to advance in a certain role or go to another department. To Michael's point, you may just want to be the best darn, person at your job, and how do you keep growing in place to be the best at your job? But everybody should have a development plan, and it doesn't matter if you're a large business, medium business, small business. That's how you engender support from your employees, that if they want to stay and grow with the company, maybe consider another career path within the business. You've kind of helped them lay out a map to get there. And we also sort of accept that sometimes you're creating a path to a great employee in your team that might lead them to an entirely different department, which is personally crushing to me to lose somebody like that. But at the same time, we'd rather lose people to ourselves and help them grow within the organization.
So you don't want to lose them to me?
No. Just being honest here.
Yeah, that's fine.
If I can add to that, one of the talent strategies that we've deployed recently is we're standing up a strategic workforce planning function. And what that means is it's really assessing and working alongside our business leaders to determine what skills do they need in the next 3 to 5 years to 10 years, and how do we make sure that we are developing opportunities for learning and growth to ensure that we can develop that talent from within versus having to go externally. I think a lot of times when kind of new emerging technologies or skills are required, you're almost forced to have to hire externally from other companies for that talent, and it's very expensive. So we're working on strategic plans to ensure that our MSRs can see, hey, if I want to be, equipped for the long term at this company, I can identify a role that's going to be on the horizon 5 years from now and start training for that role that I know is going to emerge and come open. Which I think also, again, you're allowed to, you're put in a position to better map your career path. And so that's something we're starting to deploy at the organization.
Yeah, I love hearing that, and I'm a little bit jealous because small companies don't have the ability to have somebody be in charge of that strategic long-term talent view. But I also believe that we need to listen to what you just said, and we need to understand that in order to play in a future economy, this needs to be a competency that we learn. So I don't know who's going to clip this video, but I think that was a really instructional little piece that Tiana just gave us. So I want to be cognizant of our time. And what are some of the difficulties that you guys encountered when you started doing this? And maybe how did you work through it? And we've got about 15 minutes left, and there's one question that I definitely want to get to. So, Michael, go ahead with this one.
So the one that I know Jack Townsley was always asking about is, what are the metrics? How many openings do you have? How many days to fill? I talk about manufacturing as a contact sport. We just wanted to get it done, right? So getting the data together to support the talent pipeline management was a struggle. We're just trying to get it done, and getting the numbers and all that kind of stuff is we don't have those people in our organization either.
Right.
So.
And you come to them and it's not their core competency, and you want it on a deadline.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Susan?
I'd say, and again, speaking on behalf of the Greater Phoenix Chamber on this one, when the collaboratives first started coming together 6 or 7 years ago, one of the collaboratives that was of key importance was construction. We have so much going on in Arizona. There's so much being built. And I think one of the initial challenges we found is the construction industry was hyper competitive and running on tight deadlines, and literally we're stealing employees from each other on the job site by offering, an extra $1 an hour. And so it was this very contact sport, as a term Michael used. And I think getting those industries to come together and companies to understand that, rather than tearing each other up with, trying to outdo each other in the workplace, let's find ways to bring more talent into the pipeline so that we're not, everybody's not trying to cutthroat each other to get their employees. So early on, getting the industry to come together with shared purpose to create more qualified individuals in the workforce rather than fighting over, what limited talent that we had in the pipeline. So I think establishment of the collaborative and having a recognized leader in the business community that could bring those parties together, neutral turf, Switzerland. Hey guys, we all have a shared problem. We need a shared solution. So let's come together.
So in the process of doing that, because again, I've done some work with business leaders and whatnot, I'm sure there were some early adapters, and there were probably a few people that were like, yeah, we're not doing this. Did you have anybody that said, I'm not doing this, that came back later and said, yeah, I want to participate?
Not aware of any. No, I think once everybody sort of got on with the idea that we'd be able to help flood more talent into the pipeline, it's FOMO. You don't want to be on the outside looking in, right? You want to be part of that process.
All right, awesome. Tiana?
Yeah, it's interesting. We have somewhat different challenges. Our issue is not necessarily getting the talent to apply, it's the conversion, right? So how do we some of the challenges I often see is the effectiveness of hiring managers being able to give direct feedback to the community organizations that are providing the talent so that they can better hone in the skills and the qualifications of those folks. So we're continuing to think about how do we create tighter feedback loops without putting the company at risk? Because sometimes giving feedback might put your business at risk depending on how it's delivered. So I don't think we've quite cracked that nut, but it's really important so that the organizations can continue to improve how they prepare candidates for that interview process. So that's something we're working through.
Okay, great. So this is one of the questions that I really wanted to get to because, excuse me, I tend to learn in the aha moments of my life. So it's like, oh, now I see it. So what kind of aha moments did you guys have as you got into the TPM process? Tiana, I'm gonna go back to you.
Yeah, I think it goes to the comment I made earlier is that, whether or not we're 100 years old or 5-year-old company, I feel like small, medium, and large businesses have the same challenges or very similar challenges, and unique solutions aren't necessarily always required regardless of size. It's just how do you customize those to meet the needs of your business and your model? But quite frankly, we're all dealing with some of the same issues. I mean, I was at a Josh Bersin conference a few weeks ago where it was a convening of CHROs at top companies, and we're all grappling with how do you integrate, artificial intelligence into your hiring process. I mean, we're literally mind blown, right? So we're all dealing with some of the same issues, and I think it further underscores the need for collaborative partnerships like the TPM so that we can help problem solve and troubleshoot together.
Okay. Michael?
Yeah, for the chemical consortium in Lenawee County, I think the aha moment was, and we weren't stealing from each other, so that was kind of nice, but maybe every once in a while. But what we needed to do was deal with the stigma, deal with the myths, but also grow the pie, grow the applicant pie. And how do we get that message out? And once we got to that message, it was very, very easy for that group to collaborate. Because we all wanted a piece of the pie, but we just needed the pie to be a lot bigger.
So that's interesting. So you actually got people to I mean, that's like a little bit of a paradigm shift, right? We are going to create a greater pool of talented people by doing this, and there'll be less reasons to fight about it.
That's exactly what we were trying to do. So we went into the middle schools, we went into the high schools, we went into the colleges to dispel those myths and provide those opportunities, the pathways that Tiana talked about. So absolutely, telling the story over and over again as a consortium, not just a single company, but all 5 of our companies.
Awesome. All right. Susan?
Michael mentioned something interesting that give a little color and context to what I'm going to share, but going into the middle schools, the junior highs and the high schools, I think the aha moment for our company was as we were struggling to find qualified workforce to fill these field services and construction related jobs in our business, we had always, I think, had these blinders on about where we would recruit our talent from. It would come from community colleges, it would come from university, it would come from returning military. We kind of had this formula, and the one pot we had never really considered was high school. And through a great program that's been established in Phoenix, Elevate Ed Arizona, they took CTE programs in the high schools and focused the learning and the on-the-job internship part of that experience into certain industry sectors. And we were asked to consider placing interns, seniors in high school interns into our workforce. And initially, our HR and legal teams were like, no way, no minors, never. And it took us about a year before we finally came to the conclusion that we could accommodate a senior turning 18, bring them into the workforce. We had the people to train them and skill them, but they needed that piece of the real life experience to complete their CTE program, but they couldn't get it because they were high school students. And pleased to say we had 6 successful interns in this program this last year. We're looking to place more. So I think the aha for us as a company in this space was taking down the blinders, thinking a little more creatively, working more collaboratively with our own HR and legal folks to come up with solutions, because what we've recognized is that's an incredible talent pool that's going to be available to go to work right away that may not be destined for even community college or college. But if they come to us, we may get them there anyway.
Right. Oh, that's awesome. I think that's the power of having employers be part of this is, part of our core competency is solving problems. And that's how we stay in business. So applying it to the talent supply that's a great example of that. So what are your respective next steps with the TPM program? Susan, I'm just going to go back this way.
That's great. I'm going to jump back into, put my chamber hat on for a moment and talk a little bit about healthcare, because that's one of our collaborative that really has caught fire lately and has a lot of headroom to really grow. We had a great success in the last couple of years dealing with the nursing shortage that we have in Arizona. And a recognition by the hospitals and the healthcare industry coming together in the collaborative was there were some key nursing specialty areas in particular where that gap was growing. And a 4-year degree program wasn't necessarily going to get the applicants to where they needed them for these specialty roles. So think oncology, emergency care, home care. And so the Maricopa Community Colleges, working with the healthcare industry in Arizona, approached the legislature and said, hey, we need more lab space, we need more technology, we need more training capacity for these highly specialized nursing roles. And they identified 6 of them as an industry and managed to get our legislature to appropriate $6 million to the community college system to create the labs and the technology and the learning environment for these 6 highly specialized nursing areas that a 4-year degree program wasn't producing. And so very excited about that opportunity. Also, healthcare CTE is an area of focus through that Elevate Ed Arizona program that I mentioned. So that's probably one most excited about for the good of the whole for collaboratives in the state.
That's great. So then, would you say that having the structure of TPM and the scale of the collaborative is what helped get the legislature's attention to do something?
Yes. I mean, and for any of you who've worked in the policy arena, you speak with a much more powerful voice when you come in as an industry, as opposed to the warring factions where everybody's got a little bit of a different idea of what they want and need. And so the uniformity of that voice in the policy arena, hugely important.
Great. Thank you. Michael?
Yeah, I would say our next steps for the chemical consortium are 3. First of all, we had our first You Be the Chemist competition. Would think of like a quiz bowl for middle schoolers. We held that last spring, and this year we're doing it again in January. So indoctrinating not only the students in the middle school, but their teachers, and what are the values of chemicals, as a career opportunity. So that's the next step for us. We're also looking at getting our employees out into the high schools as kind of speakers, if you will, career opportunist speakers. And then the other thing that we started within the Chemical Consortium was National Intern Day. We kind of took it and made it broader than the consortium. We made it countywide. So this year on, I want to say it's July 27th was the National Intern Day. We had a big event with interns across the county and trying to show the benefits of staying in the county, talk about career pathways at each of our companies. But I think that's going to be a huge step for us as a consortium.
Awesome. I think that's kind of fun too. I think of I've done some junior achievement teaching in a local school, and I always ask the kids to go home and ask their parents what they do, because I'm surprised how many parents don't actually know what their parents do. So the fact that you guys are getting into schools and feeding that curiosity, I think that's awesome. Tiana, how about you?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's interesting. We hosted a roundtable probably about 3 months ago with all of the higher ed institutions in San Antonio, and it was with their chancellors and vice chancellors, where we took the conversation around strategic workforce planning and said, hey, rather than us just upskill our employees in-house, let's make the universities and institutions aware of what we need so they could start embedding it into their college curriculum, so that it increases the likelihood of that talent is prepared. Because what we saw is, as we were trying to work with the city colleges, organizations, folks were graduating, they would start their kind of first job and they were adequately unprepared for the actual whether it's coding or the type of coding needed in our tech space, for instance. And so we started to get much more intimately involved in the conversations with those leaders around how to create curriculum around what we actually need to employ the folks,
Wow.
Which I think is pretty important. And then second, I'd say continuing to scale, right? We're continuing the partnership. We're in the early stages around cybersecurity and then financial services. To what Michael said earlier, now it's time to start getting those storytelling elements, taking those case studies or those folks who've been successful going through these partnerships or going through these programs to see if we can drive more engagement and more attraction. It's hard to be what you can't see. And I had a mentor who told me one time, if you don't know where you're going to end up someplace else. And so how do we tell those stories of these are the different ways or different places you can go so that we can inspire more young folks through our interns, through our high school programs to see a career path within our organization.
Fantastic. We've got a little bit less than a minute, a little bit more than a minute. So if we did really a quick rapid fire around the group, is there anything that you want to say here today that you didn't get to say? Susan?
I think I've covered it pretty well. I want to thank you for allowing me to be part of this panel and to be my first TPM event. So thank you for allowing me to be here. And I look forward to talking with any of you afterwards. And again, thanks for inviting me.
Yeah, so the TPM process gets us together as a consortium, gets us together as a team, and truly together employers achieve more when they're collaborating.
Great, thank you. Tiana?
I just want to shout out, San Antonio Works here in San Antonio, who is our conduit to the TPM collaborative, and just they continue to do amazing work, and we're honored to be able to serve military families and communities. So thanks for giving USAA the space to share today.
Awesome. Well, I want to thank all of you for your time and the focus over the last, it didn't really feel like much, like a whole hour, did it? And I learned a lot. I wish I were down here like scribbling notes from all of you guys. So just a great big thank you. And thank you to the U.S. Chamber Foundation for having us here today. We appreciate the time.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I just want to say thank you so much for being here today. I see a lot of old friends, so we're glad that you continue to come and be part of this movement, and a lot of new faces as well, and I'm really eager to get to know all of you. So looking forward to the rest of today's program, the reception, as well as tomorrow. Really would love to hear about the good work that you all are doing. I'm Jason Tishko, Senior Vice President here at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and its foundation. I oversee our workforce portfolio, and Jamie has asked me today to share a little bit about other programs that are offered here at the U.S. Chamber Foundation. You know, TPM has been kind of the mothership. It's our longest running, our largest workforce effort, and arguably our most important, because it's all about change management. And if you're going to want to build a movement, you have to win hearts and minds, you have to give people tools, capabilities, and what binds us together is this shared TPM framework. But that's not all we've been doing, because TPM has taught us many different things over the years, including where there's more work to be done. So I'm calling this session the How You Can Plus Up Your TPM Implementation Through Other Tools and Initiatives, because everything we do at the Chamber Foundation is really intended to be plug and play with everything else. So everything in some respects comes back to TPM. So we've been doing R&D in a number of other places, and what we're sharing with you today is a little bit about what each of those initiatives are and what it could mean for your TPM implementation. And just to kind of show you a little bit what our theory of change looks like is, I like to put our work in kind of three big buckets. It's closing partnership gaps, data gaps, and finance gaps. But it all started with the partnership gaps, which is where TPM mainly resides. But along the way, we realized there's a lot of data gaps. And for those of you who have learned Strategy 2, you begin to see some of that. So we've been doing copious work around trying to improve data around jobs, labor market outcomes, learning and learners. And we've also been at work on the finance side, because how you pay for stuff matters. So we've been trying to close these three gaps, and it's not about doing any one of them really well and not addressing the others. It's about doing all three. You have to close all three gaps, but you also have to start somewhere. So what we're hoping to do is, while folks are getting more and more comfortable with implementing TPM, we want to give you more tools, more access to initiatives that could really infuse and plus up your TPM implementation. And you see here on the right-hand side a number of branded initiatives, of which TPM is one, but we have several others. So I just want to give you a quick orientation around what some of these other efforts are and explain how it can connect to your work. And we're actually going to have some breakout sessions later today that I'll share with you, where you can start getting to know more about them today. So here's another way of kind of organizing this work. I was having fun with this, this little virtuous cycle. And the idea behind this is there's a common thread that runs across all of these different initiatives, and it's skills. And I like to look at TPM as a change management framework to build skills-based pathways. But there's a lot of other things we're doing, whether it's supporting skills-based jobs through the job site tool, skills-based finance through talent finance, skills-based demonstrations through our new EPIC program, skills-based records and hiring through the T3 Innovation Network, and skills-based outcomes for JetX. So if you're ever trying to figure out what do all these things mean, these are tackling different pieces of this skills paradigm, of which TPM sets the stage by setting up the pathway, but you can embrace all of these other tools and initiatives to get really better at, for example, skills-based jobs, skills-based finance, et cetera. So I want to share a little bit about each of these tools. So JobSide is a brand new tool of ours that we're doing alpha testing now and we'll be rolling out next year. But it really does come directly out of TPM. Because one of the things that we had been concerned with is, for those of you who have implemented Strategy 3, you know it could be very labor intensive, especially if you're dealing with a lot of jobs and a lot of employers within your collaborative. How you do job analysis and compose a master competency list takes effort. It's a lot of spreadsheet work. And we're trying to figure out how we can make that a lot easier. Not only that, but once you actually complete the process of organizing your hiring requirements, it might not be as shareable as folks might like, because there's no place to kind of put that out to the world if you wanted to share what that work product looked like or the outcome of that looked like. So JobSide is really trying to make that easier. It's the easy button for Strategies 3 and in some respects 5, because it's now going to be a new tool available to you that will allow you to quickly and easily compose a master competency list that your employers could then validate and publish a skills profile for an in-demand job. This is all going to be data that can be ingested by your employer HRIS system. So we are going to have an API so they can go publish those skill profiles consistent with Strategy 3, but then grab them and actually use them to generate a job posting or a description. What's more, those employer-validated skill profiles are also going to be available for education partners who can grab them and use a mapping tool to be able to align the employer-validated skills with the learning outcomes in a curriculum, credential assessment, whatever it may be. So we're trying to add a little bit more technology and automation to Strategies 3 and 5 of TPM, and this tool is going to be made available to you as early as next year. And we are going to be testing it with some partners, and we may be reaching out to some of you. But if you definitely want to be on the front end of this, do reach out to us. But again, this is something that could be integrated in TPM or pursued outside of it. So if you just want to use the tool for other purposes, you can do that. But we're hoping to create an inventory of employer-validated skill profiles for in-demand jobs and to make that widely available. So we could go to Phoenix, we could go to Detroit, we could go to Grand Rapids, Tallahassee, and you'd be able to say, what are employers saying are the in-demand jobs and what are the skills they validated for those jobs? So that's JobSide. The next one I wanted to share with you is talent finance. Because how you pay for stuff matters. It's very important. And we've launched an initiative just over a couple of years ago that was really trying to explore a more public-private approach for how we could finance the talent pipeline. So a lot of this was in response to growing student debt. We were also looking at the fact that, for a lot of incumbent workers who need upskilling or reskilling, there aren't many finance options available to them. So if we are going to be trying to encourage people to access skills-based pathways and to pursue upskilling and reskilling, how are they going to pay for all of that, assuming it's not going to be free? So we brought folks together to launch this initiative. It has many different work streams, but one of them is a design workshop where we've actually brought in some of our TPM partners into that workshop to really learn the 101 of talent finance. If you're like me, you didn't get a finance background. We kind of had to learn it along the way. So we're trying to give our folks supports to say, you might not have done much in the space, but we can get you educated on what alternative finance looks like and what your role in it is. And then we can help you design a finance solution for a workforce problem. So we've already had some pretty exciting developments come out of these workshops. Some of the folks in the room today have been part of it. Marianne Sheehan, you're here somewhere, right? Oh, Vermont Business Roundtable, I encourage you to talk to Marianne. She went through it, and she's doing some really exciting work on how to finance the nursing pipeline for their state. So a lot of work there, but you can definitely, if top of your mind is, how do I finance my employer collaborative, or how do I make the pathway we've built more affordable with less debt and that could get better outcomes, talent finance is for you. It could be plug and play with TPM. Another initiative we have is EPIC. This is launching right now, actually. We're doing our first onboarding this Friday. It stands for Employer Provided Innovation Challenges. And what catalyzed this was the idea of, how do we actually scale work-based learning when there just isn't enough capacity in the system? We all want more internships, apprenticeships, things like that, but truly scaling that can be challenging, particularly when you're asking for the private sector to own a lot of those opportunities and manage them. Well, we think all of those things are important, but of all the types of work-based learning experiences, we think some of the most high impact ones are when you have interdisciplinary teams of students working on a real-world problem. So we didn't invent project-based learning, but what we're trying to do through EPIC is create a national infrastructure for how to scale it and make it mainstream. So imagine, if you will, for us to get to a milestone where we have 100 business associations providing over 1,000 challenges to over 10,000 learners or more. And this can integrate right into your talent supply chains, because you can use project-based learning as a performance assessment, whether it's for a career awareness activity or a career development activity, and it will be credentialed by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation. So it's a pedagogical solution, but it's one that can integrate if you're trying to figure out how can we do more kind of work-based learning opportunities within the talent pipeline. We are creating an infrastructure that will allow you to scale that. So much like many of you are providing talent supply chains as a service, EPIC will allow you to provide project-based learning as a service. And we'll make sure that is a credential that becomes widely recognized in the business community. So if you want to plus up real-world problem solving, teams of students collaborating, we'll provide you an infrastructure that will achieve economies of scale, and we could build one infrastructure to support us all. Another data initiative is our T3 Innovation Network. The T3 network is a collective action network. It has over 1,500 professionals involved, and we're all working towards the broader digital transformation of the talent marketplace. And what that means is we want to make all learning count, and to render that learning as data that can be transacted across our platforms, whether it's a human resource information system, a student information system, a learning management system, an applicant tracking system. The data must flow. So make all learning count and render it as data. Make skills like currency, which means it not only has to be rendered as data that could be transacted, but also translated, because we're often going to be speaking different language. How one communicates what's inside of a job could look different than how one communicates their skills in a resume, which could also look different than how skills are represented in a credential. So how are we not only transacting data, but accurately translating it so it's working for learners? And then third, we want to empower learners and workers with data. There's lots of data out there about us, and we don't have access to it. But what T3 is trying to do is say, how do we link more data directly to the individual themselves, so they have full access to all of their capabilities, their skills data, their competency data, and they could then use it, for example, to apply for a job. So the T3 network is trying to get this data pipeline right and make sure it's working on behalf of employers that wish to hire based on skills, and learners and workers who want to be able to achieve upward economic mobility through skills. So T3 has a lot of different projects under its belt, but the one is probably best known for is the support for learning and employment records, LERs. What these are simply is a digital record of your competencies and skills and experiences that is verified by yourself or somebody else. So I can make claims about Bob Sheets, and I can provide him with that record, and he has that data and could use that to compose a resume. Bob could do a similar thing back to me. My college could do that as an alternative to a transcript, which doesn't tell you much. It's a legal document, gives you your course history, but it doesn't tell you about your learning outcomes. So we're trying to make learning outcomes more discoverable everywhere, not just in traditional classroom environments, but imagine having this in the workforce where you have employers able to verify your skills as employees all the time. So we really want to empower people with their skills and competencies, do it as data, and then let that data work for them. So imagine, if you will, being able to integrate these new digital tools into your talent supply chain. So as students are moving through your skills-based pathway, they're actually getting verifiable data about those skills, whether it's learning on the job, learning in the classroom, learning in the community. So when they do apply for those jobs at that stage in the value stream, they're actually able to present their data to the employer so they could be analyzed, and they could assess their fit for the job. And then lastly, we want to share a little bit about JetX, so skills-based outcomes. So we got the pathway, we got the jobs, we've got the records and demonstrations, we know how to pay for skills. How do we know it's all working? You need better outcomes data. So JetX is another one of our initiatives, stands for the Jobs and Employment Data Exchange, and it's all about promoting the adoption of data standards by employers for job records and employment records. Why that's important is, as we've done this work, we've identified over 150 instances where employers are submitting data to state and federal agencies, whether it's administrative data or statistical data. It's high burden, high cost, and low utility, because that data is being used for a wide variety of purposes, like unemployment insurance, but it doesn't provide direct value back to the employer themselves. And what does everyone want? More data, but that means additional burden, additional cost for often the private sector. So we're trying to look at JetX and say, if we are able to revolutionize how that data is organized via a data standard in employer systems, and then share it in a more modern way through like an open API, we could transform how employers share data that they're required to share with state and federal agencies, but done in a way that unlocks a much larger value proposition. For example, some of the outcomes data you all rely on usually comes from your UI systems, your unemployment insurance system. It's the UI wage records. But that data is not timely. It's missing lots of information, including job title, occupation. And if you are reporting in different states, there's no standard across them. So there's no standardized data elements across 53 different UI collection systems, and yet this is often the source of our labor market outcome data. So people have done great things with it because we're using what we have, but we think we could do so much more. And if we want to know what skills-based outcomes look like, we need a new labor market information system. We think JetX can help deliver that. So by helping employers better organize and share their data in a more standardized way, we think we can not only transform how they report to government, think one record, multiple submissions, and do it in an automated way, but it can provide whole new market intelligence on what's actually happening in the labor market, getting the data from the source, the employers themselves. So we think this could be really transformational. It'll tell us more about what's actually happening around jobs in the economy than we've ever known before. And what's more, if we're able to do this the right way and we get a multi-state public-private partnership going, that data can be made available for a wide variety of other applications and products. So this is better data about jobs and employment outcomes that could power all new applications that can provide business value to companies. It could provide values to learners and workers, but there's so much more you could do with it. Once you realize this is now JetX data, it's not a UI wage record, a new hire record, an OEWS survey, so on and so forth. Kind of free it from that point where it begins to be held by government and actually make it more widely available to serve the interests of the broader talent marketplace. So skills-based outcomes matter, and this is where you can get very important information for your talent supply chain about what's actually happening in the economy, what are the outcomes we're seeing, and how have people performed in the labor market who've actually gone through our skills-based pathways. So again, I want to impress upon you what TPM provides is the foundation. But you can integrate any other of these initiatives or tools into what you're doing, and it pluses up your TPM implementation. We have a lot of folks that have actually come in through other doors, not TPM, but they came in because they're primarily interested in finance or solving a data problem, and then they find their way to TPM. So there's no wrong door. We all need to solve these gaps, whether they're partnership data or finance, and we have a variety of initiatives that are kind of testing all new ways of doing business, new ways of organizing and sharing data, new ways of financing it, all with an eye towards, how can we do it in a more public-private way, and how can we really support the employer community as being the tip of the spear in a lot of these efforts. So I mentioned that you can learn more about some of these efforts today. There will be a breakout session immediately following our break that myself and Catherine Ash will be leading. You'll get to meet her. So we're going to be actually in this room. the Great Hall. And we're going to talk about learning and employment records and how that data can be better integrated into your talent supply chain. So we'll dive deeper into that, and we'll actually talk about some upcoming opportunities where you can actually secure some resources to actually do some experimentation in this space. After that, there's going to be a series of kind of roundtable discussions. One of them is going to be on EPIC, Employer-Provided Innovation Challenges. So if project-based learning is your jam, we have our colleague, Sarah Castro, who's going to be facilitating a conversation around what that new program looks like. And I know several of you in the audience have already kind of signed up for that, so we're really excited to demonstrate not only what this infrastructure could look like, but how it could benefit chambers and employers, and how it could integrate in TPM if that was your desire. So that'll be in the Lee Anderson room, and then job side. We're going to finish with that today. We're going to have another breakout session. It's going to be led by my colleague Taylor Hansen in the back, and he's going to show you alongside EduWorks, who is our partner in developing that tool set, exactly what it could do, and they're going to demo some of its capabilities. We're still building it, but it's pretty impressive what it can do already, so you can get your actual eyes on what does this thing look like and how could it be working for me. So we want to make all of these things available to you. We're the ready and the willing. We want to do these R&D efforts, but they go nowhere unless there's folks that want to adopt them. So we want you to use and abuse these efforts, leverage everything you can. We want to work for you, and we try to segment the work in kind of bite-sized ways so we can really get a topic right. But at the end of the day, if it's going to be successful, it all comes back to TPM. These are all tools to plus up your implementation. So there's my information and a couple websites where you could go to learn more, but we encourage you to reach out if you're interested in these areas. We're not covering all of those topics today. For example, talent finance is not going to be a topic of discussion, but if that was of interest to you, I encourage you to reach out. Some very exciting work happening there and other places, but we did want to put a few things make a few things available to you today. And we just have about a minute left, so Jamie, I'm not sure if you're in the room, but I'd be happy to take any kind of burning questions before we move into our break. You have a question, Jamie? Any one question? No? No, we could probably go to the break then. All right, well, thank you.
Hey, always riveting to hear from Jason, right? Very grateful for him to share a little bit more about the broader workforce portfolio. It is typically a question that we get from our partners is, I want to know more, there's so many opportunities, there's so much great work happening, how can I get connected to it? So really pleased that you're able to join us and that we do have multiple opportunities for you to go deeper into other parts of the workforce portfolio. So a huge thank you to you. I'm now going to provide just a little bit of wayfinding information because it will be quite some time before we're all back together in this room. So if you want to turn to your attendee workbooks, starting on page 14 provides information for the first of our breakout sessions. The session that's going to happen in here for the first breakout session is with our colleague Jason and Kate Ash, who are going to be talking about learning and employment records. In the Lee Anderson room, which again, out that brown door, veer to the left, and then there is a door on your right. We are going to have our colleagues from Michigan talk about grant writing and implementation, provide a little one-on-one course. So thanks to Deb Lyzenga and Marsha Black-Watson for leading that discussion. And then in the meeting rooms 3 and 4, our colleagues Aaron Duckett from American Institutes for Research and Kim Kuchenbrod from the state of Illinois are going to be leading a discussion on apprenticeship and how you can get more connected to thinking about TPM from the context of apprenticeship. On the next set of activities, we will then have roundtable discussions with our colleagues who are sponsoring this event. So definitely encourage you all to look through pages 18 through 23, where we're going to provide a little bit of an overview of what each of those discussions will cover. So read through, there are 8 total discussions happening. In the Lee Anderson room, that is where our colleagues Sasha Saputo and Sarah Castro will be talking about early child care and EPIC, which is one of our newer initiatives, Employer Provided Innovation Challenges. So they'll be leading those respective conversations in Lee Anderson. In meetings room 3 and 4, our colleagues from Greater SATX will host a conversation about Strategy Zero and making sure that we're being inclusive of education partners and how we can really kick off as successfully as they have in San Antonio. So how do you engage that supply side really effectively? And then here in the Great Hall, we'll have 5 discussions taking, There we go. Must have skipped over that one first. So here in the Great Hall, we'll have 5 discussions taking place. One by our colleagues at American Institute for Research about a new piece of research they have about industry-led post-secondary initiatives. Another one from our colleagues who have been working with Apprenti, which is a colleague, Jennifer Carlson, who's in the room, who participated in our talent finance design workshop, how we can lift up apprenticeships and help promote more equitable talent marketplaces. Our colleagues GoEducate will be here in the Great Hall leading a conversation. Our colleagues the Lumina Foundation will be here talking about some of the opportunities to be thinking about racial equity, given some big decisions that have made their way and how we're approaching that work. And then finally, our colleagues General Assembly and Interact will begin here talking about apprenticeships from the context not just of information technology, but other industries and how skills-based hiring and advancement fits into all of that. So we have lots of fantastic discussions for you all to think about. If you're, again, wanting to know more about what they're going to cover, look at pages 18 through 23, and that will help you decide which session you would like to attend. So you'll grab a cookie at that point and then go into those sessions. And then the last activity that I want to mention before we all come back together is the last breakout session. Sorry, this is sticking on me a little bit. The second breakout session for the day, there will be 3 that take place. One on the peer review process here in the Great Hall. We'll have a demo of our job side initiative in the Lee Anderson room. And then our colleagues are going to host a live session of TPM therapy, also known as the TPM Connections. So we'll be here to help guide you as you go from, kind of one room to the next as you're trying to determine what your path is for the next couple of hours. Again, always helpful to come back to your attendee workbook. I know I throw a lot of information out at you, but just wanted to let you know the various activities that are going to be taking place over these next couple of hours. So we'll kick off those sessions, those next sessions in next couple of minutes. Have a great time, and we'll see you back here for the main stage session around job quality. So thanks so much. Have fun. All right, we're going to get our first breakout session started. So if you are intending to participate in the learning and employment records conversation, you are in the right place. If you want to make your way closer to the front of the room, that would be great. If you are wanting to participate in the apprenticeship conversation, that's in meeting rooms 3 and 4, and then grant writing and implementation is in Lee Anderson. But if you are here for learning and employment records, we're going to get that one kicked off. Awesome. So we're super excited to get into this work. I'm going to welcome my colleagues Jason Tishko and Kate Ash so that we can get this going. Thank you so much.
Mine's on the right. Putting this pen over it. Hi there.
There we go. Cool.
All right, hello everybody. Not sure if this is on or not. Okay, there we go. So thank you for being here, and thank you for your interest in LERs, learning and employment records. I kind of already gave you the 101 of them, so we could probably move through my opening remarks pretty quickly, but the real speaker for today is Catherine Ash. She'll introduce herself in just a second, but she's joining us as part of another initiative we're plugging into. You're going to hear about it, because we really have two goals for today. One is I want to make sure that you are all acquainted with the idea of LERs, know what they are, understand that this movement is happening and what it might mean for your work. But then Kate is here to share with you a very real opportunity that's being rolled out to actually go for some pilot money to begin experimenting in this space. So if this idea is really resonating and you see it connecting to your work and you're ready to take action, there is going to be a big opportunity to potentially raise some resources to support it. So we want to make sure you, being the TPM family, have access to all of that information and know what kind of support we can provide you going forward. So I introduced the T3 Innovation Network before. This is it was kicked off in 2018. It's all about the digital transformation of the talent marketplace. Lots of different work streams, but we've been kind of closing the gap around how to make data about learning more transactional. And we've really kind of gelled around this idea of a learning and employment record. Now, what in, I could probably skip that one. So what an LER is in terms of, let's break it down to its most basic component parts. It's a digital record of learning and experience. That's all it is. It's a tool. How you choose to use that tool determines its purpose and meaning. Much like a hammer. A hammer in the abstract is just a hammer. Am I going to use it to nail a board? Am I going to use it to pry open a door? Am I going to use it in war? Like, the use case determines its meaning. Same thing with here. We can create digital records, but what are you using them to do? Well, one of the areas that the T3 Innovation Network has really zeroed in on is skills-based hiring and advancement. We actually have Bob Sheets here, who led that body of work on behalf of T3. He was the facilitator of what we call our Jobs and Workforce Data Network. And this whole idea was, if we want data to flow across our various platforms and systems, one of the most compelling use cases is when somebody takes their personal data or data from an education experience and shares that with an employer for the purpose of applying for a job. So how do we make sure that we are not just handing image files over to employer systems and people are getting screened out, but actually making sure they have real data that can be processed by an employer for the purpose of skills-based hiring? So I like to say skills-based hiring is both a human problem and it's a technology problem. TPM gives you the human side of it. It's change management. It gets people organized. It creates different workflows. People are kind of buying into a new way of doing things, like hiring, but you need the technology systems in place to do it well. And that was one of the big lessons learned for us in TPM, is we realized we got to get into the weeds of these data systems, because a lot happens there and a lot of people can be missed if you don't get those data systems right. So we're trying to close these gaps. We're also trying to figure out how can someone best represent their skills to an employer in what we call a machine actionable way, because the machines are going to be doing a lot of the work. I remember back when we had our original Consumers Energy story, and we're going to have Sharon Miller with us tomorrow. I don't think she's here today, but she'll be joining us tomorrow. But one of the issues they had is, hey, we're posting 100 skilled positions and we're getting over 4,000 applications. There isn't a person looking through 4,000 applications. There is a applicant tracking system doing that on their behalf. So how are the machines working in our favor and making sure people are being assessed in an accurate way about their skills and employers are able to communicate their jobs based on skills? So there's lots of different things you could do with LERs, but it's the whole idea of each of us should have our knowledge, skills, and abilities at our fingertips in a digital way. And it's not that there's one universal transcript. There could be multiple records that you bring together in something like a digital wallet, a Google Drive, wherever you want to hold that data. But I could have my K-12 records, I could have my university records, I could have my military records, my on-the-job experience records, community-based service records. It doesn't matter where it's happening. There is learning being left on the table all over the place. And we want to make that learning known, and we want to empower people with it so you can gather it all in one place, and then you choose what to do with it. I might want to better represent myself online through a platform like LinkedIn and have verifiable data about my skills and experiences there. I might want to use it to compose a resume presentation so I can apply for a job. I might want to organize it and then share it with an AI tool so that AI tool could better give me recommendations on where I might have skill gaps or what are the kind of career pathways I might want to consider and where can I go to get the skills I need to be ready. So there's lots of different things you could do with them, but we like to emphasize that they're not just normal old PDFs or Word documents. These are machine actionable records, meaning they're based on a data standard. And we're happy to get into what that means, but it just means you're organizing information in a particular format so the machines know what it is and can accurately move it through a workflow process. For example, when you go online and you want to compare two different flights by two different providers, there's a data standard behind that. So it knows it's comparing apples to apples, a flight plan to another flight plan. You don't want to be carrying a flight plan or comparing a flight plan to a printer. So data standards have organized all this information on the back end, which allows things to be more comparable. But we just haven't done it here around jobs and learning. So we want to create standards-based machine actionable records about our skills and experiences. We want it to be vendor neutral and interoperable, which means you can take your data wherever you want. Nobody's locking your data down and then paying you to move it out or not allowing you to move it out at all. It's your data. You should be able to choose where it goes when. So we want to make sure there's this neutrality so you don't get locked into any one particular platform, but the data is always yours first and foremost, and it can move seamlessly across products and platforms. Content rich. What that means is we don't need records that tell us nothing. We want to make sure they're infused with really good information about your experiences. So we like to emphasize, you don't want to have a record of learning or an experience that doesn't say anything about your learning outcomes or skills. Think about the transcript. Now that's for a very different use case, but it tells me what courses I've taken. It doesn't tell me what I've learned or what I've mastered. It doesn't tell me that at all. So we want to get content rich, more and more information about your learning outcomes and experiences, including where you've gone to work, employment. Verifiable claims and assertions. We want to make sure that we understand who has made this claim about someone else. Now, I might make a claim about Bob Sheets, and if you know me, you say, I trust that Jason made an accurate claim. Or I might be making a claim about Bob in the context of the US Chamber. The US Chamber is verifying that Bob has demonstrated these skills. So that is something that we often don't know, like who says you have these things? And we're trying to create that verifiability around the data. Who made the assertion and can I trust it? Now, you might not know who made it, but you at least know somebody made it and you could always look that information up. But think about this as someone making endorsements or references to you. We want to make sure learners and workers have access to this data and that they can, number one, accept it when they want to accept it, but then also not be able to, or be able to choose what use case is most important to them. And we need to make sure it's accessible to all. These new digital records can't be for the haves and not the have-nots. They need to be ubiquitous. We need to make sure that everybody has a meaningful opportunity to access these. And we're doing a lot of work in T3 on that front. For example, I always like to challenge the network in saying, hey, this is great for a bunch of college kids coming out of MIT or somewhere who might have these new records, but what about Jason? What about Bob? What do we get out of this thing? Sorry, I'm picking on you, Bob. I've already have all these experiences. Why is any HR system or workflow going to change if they're trying to work with me and I don't have any of these records? We're going to do it the old way. We got millions and millions of labor market transactions. Doing it the old way, nothing's going to change. Well, we're trying to figure out how to go to scale quickly. And Kate's going to share a little bit about what that's going to look like from her end. But one of the tools we developed in T3 or projects is called Experience You. And it says, can we use AI to work with someone like me to generate a skills-based LER based on my past education and employment experiences? So the idea there is bring my past forward, make it data, and I can verify it myself, clean it up, remove things, add things, edit things, but I am self-asserting this, but technology has helped me describe my past experiences even better than I would have myself. Now I at least have all my data. I could always add new verifiable claims to it, but I'm starting from somewhere. Now imagine that in every reemployment office across the country. Say, instead of like, hey, let's build a resume, it says, hey, let's produce an LER that we can build a resume on top of. Let's have technology work for you. So lots of different ways we're thinking about making this innovation more ubiquitous and available to all learners and workers. We also have a fun little introduction to LER video. This was made a couple of years ago during the American Workforce Policy and Advisory Board under the Trump administration, but we had put this out there when we kind of coined the new acronym LERs, and it still holds. It's still a good video. It's your nice like 60-second introduction animation to what an LER is and why it's important. So we're doing a number of different projects in support of LERs in the T3 network. We don't need to go through this in a lot of detail. It gets very technical, but we are working to make sure HR technology can actually process these LERs in a machine actionable way. We're also working with a lot of vendors on what are the data standards their products are based on and how do we make sure there's interoperability across them. So we're doing data standards mapping so two different platforms can speak to each other and hand off data. We're supporting publishing tools. We've got some exciting updates coming up on that front about, if you got to start from somewhere, but you don't want to buy a big fancy product to get started, are there free options available to you now? Well, we're going to try to build some of those. We want to make the ability to make these claims very easy and extremely affordable. So we want to get these tools out there. I already mentioned Experience You, and here's the most important piece. Early next year in Q1, we're going to be dropping the first skills-based hiring and advancement and LER toolkit. So this is going to be an iterative process of improving it over time, but we want to get the first version out there as soon as possible. So anyone that wants to start experimenting in this space and says, where the heck do I start? You can come to this toolkit and you could find the data standards, the guidance for vendors. You can find all the information you need to organize your LER implementation. There's some other stuff we're doing too, but we don't have to get into the details there. So why does all this matter to you? What I really want to emphasize is that LERs can plus up your talent supply chain. They can provide you with better, more usable data about learners and workers. They can make sure that those learnings happening in your value chain are surfaced as data that employers can actually use when assessing somebody or when reviewing somebody's fit for a job. You can integrate them early in the value stream or later. This could be part of entry-level activities. It could be part of on-the-job training experiences. So if somebody has already been moving through the pipeline and they're actually involved in an intensive work-based learning experience, well, those employers who are providing those experiences can now make claims about what that person has demonstrated, and that could be a part of their official record that they have. So we want to make sure we're surfacing all of that learning regardless of where it happens in your value stream. Last point I wanted to make is, as we're trying to get some of this stuff in front of you now, because we know a lot of you are movers and shakers, you're doing great work. We want to give you access to resources and innovation sooner rather than later. But this is going to be, what I want to emphasize here with this last point, is this is going to be a long-term conversation. And while we're kind of giving you this LER information now, what we are going to do, and we've already secured the resources to do it, is we are going to be putting together a digital transformation workshop for TPM. And it's going to be offered every year. We'll have to figure out exactly how many times, but for anyone along the way, for those who've been through TPM or those who are going to follow you and join TPM later, we want to make sure that when you're ready to talk about how to bring in digital transformation tools into your talent pipeline, this workshop will help you navigate what are they, how do they fit in TPM, who uses what tool when, and we'll talk about things like job side and LERs as part of that. But we want to bring this digital transformation that we've been exploring through T3 for many years now, and it's finally come a long way to the point where we got real tools and innovations that are ready for field testing and adoption. So it's a super exciting time for T3 because now we could bring, finally, all of these digital transformations to the talent supply chain. So we do have an immediate opportunity. This isn't theory anymore. Folks are getting ready to implement. So for those of you who are eager to get your feet wet in this space, not only will the T3 network support you through its toolkit and resources, but there's going to be another resource out there that is worth its weight in gold, which is money. And I'm going to introduce now Kate Ash, who is leading an effort on behalf of what's now called Skills Forward to actually support the first large-scale pilot effort of LERs.
Good afternoon, everybody. Jason, thank you so much for the invitation. On behalf of our team at Skills Forward, and more specifically, the Rockefeller Philanthropy Advisors and our entire funder collaborative that is behind this initiative, I'm really excited to introduce Skills Forward. This is hot off the press. We have just announced and gone live just 2 weeks ago. And just to give you a bit of context of who I am and how we came to this work, I've spent the last 15 years in policy. I'm not a tech person. I'm a small, rural ecosystem builder, just like many of you. So my presentation today is not going to be specifically tech heavy. We're not going to be talking about the ins and outs of technology. We're going to be talking about how Skills Forward is investing in ecosystems and layering technology as a tool for all of you to help fill some of your talent pipeline challenges. So as I mentioned, I'm Kate Ash, and my team has been working with Rockefeller Philanthropy Advisors to launch Skills Forward, a new funder collaborative that is investing in bold innovations and learning and employment technology. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we're doing, how you can all get engaged, and then we're going to open it up for a dialogue and take some questions. So Skills Forward is a bold new initiative on a mission to catalyze a more equitable skills-based hiring ecosystem, leveraging LERs. A lot of buzzwords in here, but I want to tell you about really what it is we're doing. As Jason has already talked about, the digitization of records, employment, education, our personal wallet records, it's already underway. It has been for a long, long time. And so we really are at an intersection to be able to implement these new tools with all of these tech partners with equity at its heart. And so Rockefeller Philanthropy Advisors, in partnership with a bold coalition of funders, has launched Skills Forward, which was doing 3 key things. They are launching a community of practice, they are building a funder collaborative, and above all, they are launching major grant making for over the next 2 years that will invest in ecosystems to leverage LERs to address key shortages in their talent pipelines. I'll be talking about each one of those strategies and specifically what these LER tools look like a little later on. But just to give you a sense, as you all know, there has been a ton of work over the last couple of years to really kind of dive into, as Jason mentioned, what these records are, how these digital tools can be better leveraged. We're bringing together this coalition of funders from across the US to bring together a strategy around shared philanthropy, so that not only are these funders just investing in side projects, but we're putting together millions and millions of dollars to invest in full life cycle demonstrations across the country. And like I mentioned, I'll be talking a little bit more about that in just a moment. We're also launching a community of practice. So we are going to be inviting teams, and I'll talk about what that request for team proposals looks like in just a few minutes, to actually apply for up to $1.5 million for grant making to support the application of learning and employment records to fill their talent pipeline challenges. And we'll be supporting those teams and the broader community through a community of practice through 2025. And as I mentioned, we're working with a variety of partners, many of whom are in this room, and really leveraging the expertise of TPM and especially the T3 Innovation Network. So the objectives of Skills Forward. We have 5 key objectives. You'll see up here, we're launching interoperable LER infrastructure. So Jason already gave us really the broad overview of exactly what that looks like. But ultimately, what we're looking to do here is build for the long term. This is interoperable infrastructure. So these aren't just necessarily the tools that we can all keep for ourselves, but ones that that really empower us to move forward, to communicate with education, to communicate with employer partners, and also empower our government partners to make better investments. We're also looking to define and demonstrate clear value propositions. Much of the work that Jason talked about has been leveraged through what we're calling our new LER ecosystem map, and we'll have a visual of that in just a few moments. We know that the value propositions for many stakeholders are very, very different, and in many cases have yet to be realized. So our hope is, through this work, to help employers understand how to better utilize these tools, education and training partners to better use these tools to align their curriculum with training needs, and of course, help us as individual learners and workers to better articulate the skills that we have. We're also working, of course, to generate insights and outputs and more importantly, outcomes. There has been a lot of work to date in this space over the last couple of years, and one of the key things that we're really missing is being able to tell that narrative, to share that narrative about what these tools can do for real people, how this puts people into better jobs, how this helps an employer cut down on their hiring time or increase diversity in their workforce. We're also going to be working with many partners to identify outstanding needs for research, and with our funder collaborative, hopefully making some larger and even more meaningful investments over the last couple of years. As you'll see on this bottom one, like I said, I'm a policy person. We're in this for the long haul. So really using these demonstrations and these early investments to help understand how we can build national or even state infrastructure around these tools. So I just want to give you a little bit of sense of what is this life cycle you keep talking about. So this is a bit of a preview as what's part of the LER ecosystem map that the T3 Innovation Network now hosts. It was just launched on the 15th, is that right, Jason? I believe it was the 15th. And so this steering committee that is behind this LER ecosystem map built this as what is the LER life cycle? This is how records really travel. This is how we use those records. They're developed, they're put into perhaps a wallet, just like if I go to Disney World with my nieces and my nephews, I can go on my Apple phone and I can see that I've got my Disney card. I can see that I have my Disney pass. That's where my wallet has been developed. Then they're issued, whether that's by an employer who's training or an education provider perhaps. They're being used, they're being digested by an individual learner or worker, and they're being adopted, perhaps by employers or even other education partners who are using them within the talent system. And really what we're looking for here and what sets this Skills Forward initiative apart is that we are going to be investing in demonstrations that do all four of these things. Much of the work that has already been underway, I see our partners from Education Design Lab in the back, many of the pilots and demonstrations have done incredible work in demonstrating various parts of this. And so we're building on that work to date to bring to life up to new 8 national demonstrations with this grant funding that not only show this life cycle, but also show the outcomes that comes out of that. Again, increased diversity in hiring, higher wages, you name it. So just to give you a sense of the kinds of demonstration characteristics that we'll be looking for, if you're kind of thinking in the back of my head, how do I get my hands on some of this money? These are the kinds of things we're going to be looking for, and I'll talk about our timeline in just a moment. As I mentioned, the full life cycle, it's got to be there. We also are really looking for investments that are addressing major gaps, shortages in that talent pipeline. I always love to use an example. If you are in a Midwest state perhaps, and you are facing real challenges with your behavioral health care or direct nursing staffing, and you have been working with community college partners to upskill that section of the workforce, but you found a tech vendor and say, we really want to be able to layer on a new piece of technology to help really accelerate the communication of the skill sets of the people that are coming out of these training providers to these employers, this could be an opportunity for you. We're going to be asking partners to track and report on those metrics, as we talked about, as well as really embed user-based design to make sure not only learners and workers, but employers are really at the heart of designing these tools for who's going to need them the most. Of course, principles of equity, learner agency. We've done an incredible feat, I think, with more than 30 technical advisors and organizations in this space to really create a number of principles that these demonstrations will abide by that really center many of these principles. So you can see those in our RFP coming out. And perhaps most importantly, these demonstrations will need to be able to be brought to scale. As I mentioned, and as Jason highlighted, there we go. All right, great. Thanks for sticking with me. As I mentioned, we're in this for the long haul. So we're going to be supporting each one of the demonstration teams that works with us with developing a national scale plan. So as I mentioned, if you're working in that Midwestern state, we're going to be working with your team with support of technical advisors to say, how could we take this outside of this particular sector, outside of this particular region? So again, this is not just about the technology, this is around the principles that go into the work, around supporting and building and sustaining a scalable ecosystem. So perhaps the most important thing, how can you all get involved? So our first step was we issued a letter of interest solicitation just about 2 weeks ago. This letter of interest period has now closed, but that does not preclude you from participating in our request for proposals. So the request for proposals for Skills Forward demonstration funding goes live next week. Our team has been busy putting the final touches on this request for proposals with all of the ecosystem partners I mentioned. What we've done so far in this letter of interest process, just to give you a sense, what we've really been doing is trying to get a sense of where's the field at in how we're communicating the readiness for these tools. Are we hitting the mark in how we're communicating who needs to be at the table? So this has been a learning opportunity just for as much for our team as it has been an opportunity for us to actually give detailed feedback to all of these interested applicants. So next week, the full request for proposal will be released. We'll have approximately 5 weeks for teams to put together their proposals, and teams, as you can see, will have their proposals due early November, and all teams will be notified by Turkey Day. And the fun part actually begins in January when we launch the community of practice and that money goes out the door. As I mentioned, we'll be funding up to 8 teams with $1.5 million each to do this work over the next 18 months. If you're thinking, oof, we're not quite ready, November 8th is coming up pretty soon. Trust me, I know October 2nd is coming up pretty soon for our team as well. There's going to be plenty of opportunities for you to engage. As Jason mentioned, we're collaborating with TPM and specifically the T3 Innovation Network to help support and leverage the resources around LERs that are being created. We'll be opening up our community of practice so that you all can access the learnings and insights from those participants that are getting funded ultimately. So if you have more questions, we can make sure you get email. You can sign up for our newsletter, join our LinkedIn webpage. We've got all sorts of resources for you if you just want to stay plugged in. So I think that's it from me, Jason. Should we go ahead and do some questions?
Yep, so we've teed up some questions for you to kind of get the conversation started, but we can kind of take whatever questions you have. But what was on my mind when putting this session together was, number one, we want to make sure you walk away with that first objective. I know what these are. I know what they do. So if you have any kind of burning questions about how does this all work, we're happy to address those. But also very interested in hearing from you, well, what use cases resonate with you where this kind of digital record could really move things forward in one of your projects or initiatives. It could be TPM, it could be something else that you're doing. It could be just something around work-based learning, but which use cases are resonating so we actually know how to best support your adoption of LER for the use case that matters most to you. I would really like, so the second objective is to figure out, is there interest within the TPM network and some of your collaboratives to actually try to pursue one of these pilots? Now, it would be great if you can actually get that going in time to take advantage of this new grant opportunity, but we're in this for the long haul. So we're ready to help meet you where you're at when you're ready to support this kind of adoption. So whether it's through Skills Forward or down the pike, we're going to be there for you, but we're kind of trying to get a sense of who wants to go first. And we think TPM is a natural place to start because I was talking with Kate about this just before. You know, you want to meet employers where they're at. Trying to get them to adopt LERs for LER's sake might not be the best pitch. It might work with some, but maybe not all. But if you kind of go in a context like TPM to say you've already got the buy-in, the partners are already there, you've already built that talent supply chain, everybody's at the table and bought in, you've done the change management. Now it's about adopting tools to plus it up, to make it even more efficient, more effective. So we think TPM is a natural place to start integrating some of these technologies and innovations because you already got the buy-in of all the key players. Now we're not adopting it for adoption's sake, but we're adopting LERs to improve skills-based hiring within the talent supply chain. So we think there could be a real compelling case to funders and others to say, look, we're ready to go and we could show how these LERs could really be working on behalf of employers and learners. You've got all the pieces in place already. So we'd love to kind of figure out who's interested, and it doesn't have to be TPM. You know, in TPM, we get together, but we talk about a lot of other things. So if you have other applications or use cases outside of TPM, we're happy to support you. It doesn't have to be TPM to work with us. So that's basically it. We're happy to take your questions. I do want to point out, Taylor Hansen in the back of the room. Give him a wave, Taylor. So Taylor works with me on the T3 Innovation Network. So if you're kind of thinking, who do I talk to afterwards? How do I stay engaged? I'm more than happy to help you, but Taylor works on this stuff every single day, and he's going to be working in support of these LER pilots. So we have a lot of folks that stand ready to support you. But let me do a quick time check, Jamie. How much time do we have left? 8 minutes. Okay, so let's get some. I put some questions out there for you, but we're happy to entertain questions you have for us. Yes, sir.
Thanks. So we do a lot of work around LERs and badging and credentialing and that kind of thing. But what we're hearing from employers is the most sought after skills are soft skills. How do LERs address soft skills? I mean, obviously self-reporting is open to interpretation, as is reporting from faculty or former employers. How are you seeing soft skills work within a system like this?
Want to take that one?
I'm happy to start. So an example of how they could support soft skills is, if Bob is showing up in my internship,
Bob.
I can now make claims and say, Bob has demonstrated that he knows how to manage time effectively, he could communicate clearly. Now, Bob might go and make those claims in a resume, but isn't it more powerful if he has data that's been verified by me, his supervisor? So it's not just surfacing them, but who is doing the verification. So if more people are able to show that or claim that they have soft skills, but say these people have endorsed or verified it, we think that's a powerful signal for the talent marketplace.
Yeah. I think the only addition I might have is of the communities and ecosystems rather who are doing this particularly well and are acknowledging the value of soft skills, there's a human component already incorporated into the work that they're doing, or they're understanding we really need to have that human component better leveraged in the training and the verification that's happening. So that can look like making sure that you have a career counselor at an office, or that you have somebody who is working with employers to help walk people through how not only to use these technologies, but then how to actually, as Jason's saying, verify and validate as they're going through that training. So I would just mention that, again, these are not always just about the technical solutions. It's about how do we layer on that human component to make sure that they're barely present in the records that are being created. So happy to talk more about that offline too.
I mentioned that Experience You project. For a lot of folks, I mean, imagine we put them through all these experiences and then we say, all right, here's a Word document. Good luck writing about what you know and are able to do. It's all on you. Now, how many people can accurately describe what they bring to the table, do it really well in a way that's going to resonate with an employer? Well, using like an AI tool to help you generate that LER and eventual resume might actually help better communicate or surface those soft skills that, left to your own devices, you might not have articulated in a way that's going to resonate with employers. So we need technology working on our behalf. Let's make it easier.
Thank you. Sorry, I wasn't ready for that echo. So I noticed in one of the elements that goes into the LERs, it's the K-12 credentialing, K-12 self-reporting. How are you getting, I guess it could encompass K-16 as well. How are you getting around allocating minors information and leveraging that in a way that's going to be credible for an employer later on down the road? For instance, our sponsor from GoEducate mentioned having them be hired straight out of high school. How are you going to kind of get around that red tape, or is that something that's in process?
I mean, eventually we're in the tools that, or the resources T3 is going to support. We're going to, people have asked us like legal questions. We've actually gone and got counsel to actually kind of weigh in and say, this is allowed, this isn't allowed. So we're more than happy to say, if that's what the network needs, is like, are there compliance or legal considerations that need to be taken into consideration? We'll do it. I think the use cases we're looking at right now, those aren't as much of an issue, but as folks come up with more creative ways to pursue LERs, those issues may come up, and we got to figure it out together, but we will figure it out. But right now, when it comes to like skills-based hiring, work-based learning, we think we're in a fairly safe space because we're not really dealing with minors.
One other point I might just make on that is that, candidly, the use cases and the demonstrations that have taken place in the K-12 space are extremely limited to date, in part because data privacy, when you think about minors, I mean, I'm clearly about to be a parent. I think about those things all the time, right? And so like there's a huge element of kind of the data privacy component. But one of the things that I think we're really excited about through the Skills Forward initiative is being able to bring different elements of these types of projects together. So in Colorado, for example, they have developed a new pilot around My Colorado Journey, which is actually enabling Coloradans to put into one wallet their driver's license, their fishing license, potentially their teacher's license, a whole series of various credentials. And so that state has been able to pilot with their government partners, with their tech vendors, to say, how do we get around some of these more sensitive related issues? And so while some of those may not necessarily have been applied to the K-12 or K-16 space yet, those are some of the integrations and shared learnings we're hoping to bring through Skills Forward.
Yeah, and there's different points of view on this stuff, but like for many people in the LER movement, their focus is on, or part of the vision is, you have control over your data. You determine who sees what when. Your information is just not out there for anyone to use and abuse, but you determine who gets access and when they get access, and you could take that away. So it puts you more in the driver's seat.
We've got 2 questions, but about 3 minutes, so lightning round.
I think we need to extend the session, Jamie.
Great. So my organization, our TPM approach is complex, I guess. So we're a host. We're also an employer as a part of a nonprofit workforce development employer-led collaborative. We're also a workforce development entity. So one of the things that I feel like I want to press pause on because of what I heard today is we're in the process of developing an employer to student match or participant graduate match system. And I'm trying to figure out, like, this seems like a big solve for it, like where that fits into the system that we're currently developing. I mean, I don't know if you can answer that, but like where that fits in, because we're looking for ways that we're able to have our graduates beyond us verify their skills.
Yep. So if I'm hearing correctly, my response to that would be, this isn't a vendor product. We're not pushing a product, and that's often a misconception. An LER it's a classification of record. It's an idea, it's a concept. We are trying to work with vendors to figure out how they can start producing data this way, and some new tools. So I would say it's more about saying, if you already have a platform, you already invested in a product, it's about saying, how can you integrate this component into that, not go somewhere else. Yeah, we can work with you on that. Yeah, perfect time to have this conversation. But we could talk about what the options are for that. Like, for example, we're talking with Katie Fang from School Links, very large vendor. Get to know Katie. She works with school districts all across the country, providing them with career guidance resources. But we've been talking, saying, hey, you've already collecting all of this information. You have this alumni network. You have information about people and their experiences. Put it in the form of an LER. Then that data is going to have even more utility for them. They can do more things with it. So we're trying to figure out how everybody can integrate this into their existing products, not necessarily create new ones. But we actually do want to roll out some LER publishing tools that are free and web-based. So if you're like, I want to start doing this, I don't have any resources, give me free, there could be a free option. But you could always get fancy and integrate it into other products. We're going to try to meet everyone where they're at.
I owe Taylor a dessert of her choice because she's going to ask you her question after the fact. So last word from our great speakers.
No, just thank you for your time and attention. Again, we want to make sure you really understand what this movement's all about. So when you hear LER, you know enough to be dangerous, but really want to know if anybody wants to be on the kind of the tip of the spear of adopting and experimenting with these tools. We're very excited to help you. I personally believe these could be very impactful in the context of a talent supply chain. So if this is resonating, please talk to me, talk to Taylor. We want to work with you. So don't be quiet about it, be loud, come talk to us, and we'll try to get you connected not only with the experts and the resources, but hopefully the money too. So just thank you for your time and attention, and thank you, Kate, for joining us.
Thank you, Jason. Yeah, the only piece I might add, I realized we didn't have our website up there. If you want to go check out more what this is about, I know Jason's team and Jamie, they'll be able to share this with all of you, but it's just skillsforward.org. So skillsfwd.org. You can sign up for our newsletter and stay apprised, and come find us after if you want to talk about getting your hands on some of the money. Thanks.
Thank you.
Great.
I just forgot to put it up.
Oh, perfect. There we go.
Okay, an awesome presentation by you guys. Thank you so much, and great audience questions. I hope people will keep the discussion going. We are moving into a break. If you want to make your way into the briefing center and grab a cookie and some milk, and then decide where you'd like to spend your time for the roundtable discussions. So we have 5 discussions that are happening here in the Great Hall. 2 discussions being led by our colleagues from the U.S. Chamber Foundation and Lee Anderson, and 1 discussion by our Greater SATX team. There are wayfinding signs throughout the hallway if you're trying to figure out which discussion is happening where, but also if you go back to that attendee workbook, that has all of the session descriptions as well. That's on pages 18 through 23. So you just may want to take a minute or 2 to breeze through those descriptions. These are what we sent you all in advance of the event as well, and make your way. Those conversations will kick off in about 10 minutes. So encourage you to, again, grab a cookie, grab some milk, and then if you are participating in one of the Great Hall conversations, I'm happy to help you find which conversation is taking place at which table. So we will look forward to getting those conversations kicked off at 3:10 p.m. Thanks. Folks, as you're coming in to find the roundtable discussions, we've got 5 that are taking place in this room. So I just want to call out my partners so that you all know where you're headed. If you are looking for the Lumina Foundation's conversation, my colleague Kermit is in this corner right here. Kermit, if you wouldn't mind waving your hand. Thank you so much. If you are interested in taking part in the Apprenti conversation, my colleague Jennifer Carlson is back here. If you wouldn't mind waving your hand, thank you. I've got my colleagues from the American Institutes for Research in the very back table. Thank you. Awesome, awesome. I have got my GoEducate colleagues here in the front of the room. It's going to be right at this front table. Timothy Johnson will be leading that discussion. And who am I missing? My General Assembly Interact folks are going to be right at that table. Awesome. We're going to get the conversations kicked off in just about 2 minutes. So if you want to do some introductions, but we're just trying to get people where they need to go. Thank you. Hello, hello. It looks as if we're having some really wonderful conversations. I'm so hopeful that our colleagues, our sponsors, are willing to stick around for more of the program so that they'll have an opportunity to continue these discussions with you all this evening, hopefully as part of the networking reception, or tomorrow as well. We are going to go ahead and transition to our next round of breakout sessions. You've got a little bit of a break, so don't worry, you don't have to go directly to the other room. Go use the restroom, go do what you need to do, but just wanted to go over the options with you all. So I will go ahead and let you know that here in the Great Hall, we've got a discussion led by my colleague, Joe Quick, who is going to be talking about our peer review process. In the Lee Anderson room, we have got a demonstration for the Job Side Initiative, trying to create and develop employer-validated skills profiles. And then in meeting rooms 3 and 4 is our live TPM therapy, or the TPM Connections call. So right here, hang out if you want to do peer review, Lee Anderson for the Job Side demonstration, and then meetings room 3 and 4 for TPM Connections. See you guys soon. If you are from the state of Michigan, Kentucky, or Illinois, if you would kindly make your way to the briefing center just for a quick photo op. So Michigan, Kentucky, and Illinois.
Hello, everyone. We are going to get started here in just a second. I assume we'll have a few others join us because our session is intended to be the most popular session during this time period. So, but thank you all for being here. We are going to talk about the TPM Verified Talent Supply Chain Manager, affectionately referred to yesterday as the thing that we all want to hear a little bit more about. We have been working on this peer-reviewed TPM credential, and we'll get into what that entails and have a conversation with our panelists around their experiences going through the first few pilot rounds of this work that we've done to put this together. So really excited to dive into conversation in a second here, and glad to see a few of the other pilot participants staring back at us from the audience. So really excited about that. So we are going to do a really quick introduction of who's up on stage here with me. We're also going to give a very brief overview of the Verified Talent Supply Chain Manager credential, its purpose, what's required of an applicant, and the peer review process. We're then going to have a discussion, as I mentioned, with Nikki, as well as one of our pilot reviewers and one of our pilot applicants. And then we're going to show you what this all looks like in the CoLab system and how we've built the application into that system. And then make sure that we're answering your questions as well, if any pop up. That having been said, I love the blank space that used to be Vincent. So I'll mention that in a second. But if everyone would like to introduce themselves quickly first, and maybe say just a few words about the role that you played in this process, and we'll start with Sarah.
Yeah. I'm Sarah Tracy. I'm the Hospital TPM Senior Pipeline Manager with the Kentucky Chamber Foundation. I've been implementing TPM since about 2018 in Kentucky, and my role with the process was as the peer reviewer, or as one of the peer reviewers.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Corey Melton. I am Vice President of Membership and Talent Development at the Greater Tallahassee Chamber of Commerce in Tallahassee, Florida. We've been doing TPM since 2019, so we actually kind of kicked it off really in about February of 2020, so right as COVID was coming in. But we have two collaboratives, one in healthcare and one in technology, and in this role, I was an applicant.
Thank you. And for those of you that don't know me, I am Joe Quick. I am a senior consultant at AIR, or American Institutes for Research, focusing primarily on workforce and some education programming. I serve as a TPM faculty member and fellow, and was involved in creating this credential, so really excited to talk about it. We've also done work directly with the Chamber Foundation team, as well as some state-level work in Michigan and Texas that's TPM focused, as well as the Tampa Bay region, San Antonio, who we are currently working with, and Southern Idaho. Nikki.
Hello, everyone. Nikki De Silva with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce Foundation. And my role within the peer review process has really been helping in developing what that looks like alongside everybody on the stage and some of you in the audience, and building it into the online learning management system. So as we go through what that will look like, happy to answer any questions from the technical side of how that works.
Thank you. All right, so let's go ahead and dive in. So what is the thing that we're here to talk about? So we're going to do a little bit of an overview here, but just to kind of set the tone here, as mentioned throughout the programming, I think a couple of times today, as this network has continued to grow, and as the U.S. Chamber Foundation and all of us as fellows in the National Learning Network have begun to implement TPM around the country with different industries, and bring that experience back to the network to share with one another, to build into curriculum revisions, to continue to learn from the great work that's happening out there. We also have had conversation over the last few years about various ways to recognize that work and to validate the work that we're all doing out there in the field together. So this credential was created as an additional step to really validate and verify all of the work that you're doing in the field. And as TPM graduates and practitioners really start to make progress with their industry partners and their education and provider partners in their communities, this is an opportunity to be verified and validated by your peers through a peer review process and a resulting certificate that shows that you are using TPM in the field, that you are really impacting change in your communities through the framework and strategies. So the first image that we have up here is just to sort of reiterate sort of the credential pathway or the learner pathway for TPM. So recognizing that the first step is completing the TPM Academy. Experiencing the curriculum, whether it's through an in-person, a virtual setting, or through CoLab, to experience the learning itself. The second step is obtaining a talent supply chain manager badge, which is issued at the time that you take the relatively new summative assessment that essentially measures your learning of that material. And what we're talking about, again, is this next step of a peer-reviewed certificate to say, I've completed all of those steps, I'm doing this in the field, and we're validating that practical application against a variety of competencies that we'll talk about in a moment here. So again, the goals behind this: professionalization, continued professionalization of TPM. We've really structured this certificate credential in a way that will allow us in the future to get even more sophisticated with the certifications that can sort of build upon this in the future for those of you that have been implementing TPM. So it recognizes your work and methodology in the field. We really tried, as we were creating this credential, to balance rigor of the requirements with accessibility for applicants. We want folks to tell us about their work through this application. And then the requirements of this credential were developed by a committee of your peers, including Sarah, and likely some of you as well. So we'll go through who was involved in that as well. So creation of the credential and the competencies from the very beginning. Again, we had a committee of our fellows and leaders in the TPM space take part in that conversation. So Sarah, myself, Nikki, and Jamie were part of that conversation, as well as Anna Fontes, Kim Kuchenbrod, Deb Lyzenga, Sharon Miller, Leah Nord, Laura Smith, and we really dug into what does it take to do this work in the field? What are the competencies that are required? We started with over 100 competencies that across the 6 strategies. Started sort of combining and massaging those, got rid of some things that we felt were really advanced practice and not sort of the entry level into a credential like this. And then we did a whole round of revisions through both a pilot number 1 group and a pilot number 2 group of applicants utilizing the same reviewers. We are also kicking off a 3rd round to test how it's working in CoLab, and I'll talk about that as well. So the prerequisites for this credential include completion, again, of the TPM curriculum and getting that talent supply chain manager badge. Also submitting a letter of support from a colleague, a superior, an allied partner, an employer about your use of the TPM principles and your leadership in your community. Also demonstrated experience implementing the framework, methodology, and associated concepts through either a new employer collaborative, applying the concepts to another employer-led initiative. If you're an employer, doing that work internally in your own organization. And I'll get into a little bit more. I'm not expecting anyone to read all of what's on this slide, but we knew you all would get the materials afterwards. I wanted to communicate all of the requirements. But essentially, the demonstration of this work in the field is collected through an application that has a variety of questions that ask you to sort of detail your experience in a narrative about applying these concepts and certain competencies in the field. So we also require that you have launched at least one employer collaborative, that you've had a defined leadership role or a significant contribution to co-leading or supporting a collaborative. We also require that you have demonstrated progress in the creation or improvement of at least one pipeline solution. And we really keep this open to, are you working on career inspiration activities further back in the pipeline? Are you working on improving an existing training program or starting a new one? So think all-inclusively about what that entails. And that you also have worked through strategies 1 through 4. You'll see in the application, and we'll talk a little bit about this, but that there are certain pieces of, including what I just mentioned, around strategy 5 and starting to actually implement solutions that are required of you. But then there are also some competencies that we just ask you to talk about what your plan is, recognizing that strategy 5 is a long game strategy. So we require that you've gotten to at least planning for some activity around measurements of success and things like that. Very quickly before we get into our conversation, the application itself covers 32 competencies stretched across strategies 1 through 5. There are no competencies associated with strategy 6. We recognize that continuous improvement and resiliency process, again, long game strategy, and we're really trying to make sure that that the framework is being applied in the field, and you may still be doing that work. So 32 competencies demonstrated across 16 different questions that ask you to detail your experience and how you approached working with your employer collaborative or your internal employer team. And that's really focused on what we're looking for there is your experience implementing the framework. We're not looking for how successful were those efforts, how successful was your collaborative itself, but how successful were you in walking your employer collaborative or your internal team through the process and coming to certain decision points and using the framework to make decisions about what comes next. Of those competencies, there are a percentage that you have to meet and get a passing score from a team of 3 individuals who will review your application. So there's where the peer review process piece of this comes in. And you have to meet 75% of those requirements, recognizing that every collaborative is different and there may be some competencies that your collaborative didn't tackle for a very good reason. And we talk about this being employer-led, right? So if your employers are not interested in a particular piece of a strategy, we don't want that to impact your chances of being recognized for your great work. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the process itself. I think that'll come out in our conversation. But essentially, when we release this publicly, and we'll talk about that schedule, once you submit an application, we have a review team that within 60 calendar days reviews that, reviews your application, scores it based on those competencies. And if an applicant is required to provide more information, if we feel like you didn't hit that 75% threshold, but you're doing great work, and there are competencies we want to reach back out about, hey, we need some more information from you, there's that opportunity to do so. Also, there is a renewal process involved. We want to make sure that people are current, that they're continuing to learn through the network and through other opportunities about this work. And so the application and your status will need to be renewed every 3 years. And that's based on, again, regular engagement, active implementation, and professional development. There's a lot. We really left it open to what qualifies for that. So before we dive in, wanted to recognize some other individuals here on the screen. I'm not going to go through all of them, but Our peer reviewer team, in particular, Kim, Deb, and Sarah, have been through 2 rounds of this review already. We're starting a 3rd round, who I forgot to recognize on this slide, including Michael Evans, Taylor Dunn, who is in the room, Christopher Mammon, who's in the room, who will be a part of our 3rd round. But Corey, Sharon, Zach, Vincent, who originally intended to be part of this conversation as well, but is having a baby. Well, his wife is having a baby.
First child.
Yes. Yeah, first kid. So, and Marianne and Cammie all were, thank you to all of them for their hard work in this process and developing this credential. So, without further ado, I want to get into our discussion here. So we've asked our panel to, and there's the blank space where Vincent used to be again.
Poor Vincent.
But really appreciate you both being here and interested in your perspective on having gone through this process. Sarah, right from the beginning of helping identify the competencies and having that conversation and helping to build the credential as part of the TPM review team, and then Corey as one of our very first applicants and guinea pigs on that side. So I'm going to start out by asking Sarah to talk a little bit about the process involved in creating the credential, some of the things that we talked about, that brainstorming of the competencies associated with implementing TPM in the field, and kind of how we generated that.
Yeah, and thank you again for having me today and having me a part of this process over the past, I realized, 2 years as I prepared for this panel. Didn't realize it had been quite that long. But I really love the recap that you gave at first, Joe, because one of the things that really struck me going into this process with the U.S. Chamber Foundation and Joe and team was the openness to feedback on the entire process, right? A lot of what you just heard, a lot of those structures or ideas were in place, but they brought all of that to our team of peer reviewers readily and said, what do you think about this? This is what we're thinking. Should we include other prerequisites? Should we loosen these? Should we have this renewal process be every year, every 3 years? So there were a lot of those details that you hear that were brought to the peer reviewer team even before we dove into the competencies. So I really loved just the openness of the process to our expertise as TPM practitioners in the field. But then to that regard, switching to the competency discussion, those were really interesting calls, I will say. And I have to give credit to Nikki, because the digital Post-it note that you saw, I don't know if you could read the headings, but just like if you were doing Strategy 3 in TPM and you're looking for those required, preferred, or I think it said positive but not necessary or something like that was the last category. It's a plus but not necessary. And so honestly, you don't know this, but just having those headings made me think about it in a certain way. And I just really love that it was to the nature of TPM. That's exactly what we do. If you've done Strategy 3, if you have felt that labor of love or unlove for some, it's a process. And so it was really great conversations with my fellow practitioners, but I think we really, it took the different experiences that we've had in the field to be able to help put those competencies where they needed to be, and to Joe's point, take that 100 down to 32 that are on the application now.
Thank you, Sarah. And I think, it also makes me think about, sort of us doing our own Strategy 3, right? And the comments that you just made about really needing to be intentional about the ways that we are signaling those competencies, to use our own terminology. And fortunately, we had the help of WorkCred, who experts in the credential field, to help us refine those competencies throughout the process, and to help us sort of push us to balance that rigor and accessibility of each of the competencies and of the application itself. So, Sarah, I'm curious if you have any thoughts around some of the things we did and the conversations we had around trying to make that balance, recognizing that at some point you would be an applicant for this, but also as a reviewer, trying to balance both accessibility of the application and rigor, but also balance what the job looked like for an applicant versus a reviewer and how to balance those two things?
Yeah, so that's a really good question. And I think as a reviewer of going to be 3 rounds, I should just automatically qualify. But that's just me. No, I'll go through the process as well. I think selfishly now, I'm really prepared for it. But I think, we did have to be really intentional in, there's a lot of freedom in TPM, and I'll probably say that again because there's a lot of wiggle room in what solutions you're building or what comes up with an employer collaborative. So we were really intentional in our conversations, even once we were reviewing applications around, does this fit here? Is this what's required? Is this what's preferred? Where does the balance lie? And we had to be really, and I think we will still need to be really intentional in round 3.
Yeah, and each of those rounds really had us thinking about, based on, so our first round, right, had 3 very experienced applicants, and none of them passed. So, it was a really good learning experience because what we recognized was, that there were ways that we had written questions and had developed this that didn't allow for a lot of flexibilities that are real world application flexibilities in the way that we're using the TPM framework. So love those comments. And Nikki, so having been part of this process as well, anything from your standpoint on, just the overall goal that we had as we were building this and the process and that balance from your perspective?
Yeah, I think that over the past few years, we've grown a lot as a community of professionals, right? We're almost at 1,000 people who've gone through the TPM Academy training, and most of that has happened in probably the last 4 to 5 years, right? So one of the things that we want people to be able to walk away with is a way to truly signal the skills that you have and the value that you bring to your organizations, to your communities. And the TPM Supply Chain Manager digital badge does that on the knowledge level, right? With the peer review process, you're able to say, not only do I know these things, but I can do these things, right? Similar to if you become a SHRM professional or project management professional or all of these others, if you become a Scrum Master, right? We want people to be able to demonstrate and signal to the marketplace and to their community, really, that you have a set of valuable skills that you can bring to a situation. And so one of the components of this, when Joe is talking about kind of the rigor of what it means to actually apply for this and why we're building it in this way, is our goal is to eventually be able to have people become certified in TPM, right? So you're building a credential towards that. So this is a really great opportunity to think about, if I'm going to have to start collecting information about the activities that I'm doing and the impact it's having, this is that halfway point. I think Pat and I had a conversation earlier. She's like, I keep track of every event, every activity I do, because I'm going to get every professional development credit I can for my SHRM certification, right? We want you all to be able to do the same thing with TPM. And so the peer review committee has been really intentional about thinking about what are those core things that need to be demonstrated through an application process to get us to that point. And they've done a really fantastic job with kind of Joe leading on that.
Thanks. So
answer your question?
Yeah, that was great. No, and it was a perfect transition to turning to Corey, because I think, and Corey, I feel like you mentioned in one of our debriefing sessions that you wished there were things that you had documented along the way, or kind of thought about how, as you were learning about TPM and applying it, for all of you who are doing the work now, and especially if you're just beginning the work, thinking about how that may lead to a credential like this. So, Corey, I'm interested from your perspective, just your overall impressions of filling out the application, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Recognizing that the application has changed and simplified a bit since you did it, but also just really interested in hearing from you about what that experience was like.
I told Sarah in the back room I have 3 words: it's a lot. And that it is a lot. And I think, but to your very point, that was going to be my main thing is now that I'm on the other side of it, I would have loved to have had the credentials, what they're looking for, what kind of information, because that would have really helped me not only just save the information, but make sure I'm hitting those points. Because when you're, at least for me, when I was first starting TPM, you're just so overwhelmed by it anyway. And usually when I talk to new groups of people, finishing the academy, I'm like, you have just got to start. Don't wait till you feel like you know everything, just start. But at the same time, you don't know everything. So to me, having the credential ahead of time would have really helped me focus on, okay, step A, step B, make sure I measure this, make sure I measure that. It just would have helped me. But it was very humbling to go through this process because you do just start, and so sometimes you might not have hit all the marks, and you're like, wow, So it was humbling, but it was a great experience. I would certainly recommend it because I think having that credential is such a positive thing. Just like you said, whether it's SHRM or some of these others, to show that you can demonstrate that doing it, because doing it is a lot different from understanding it, which is even hard in and of itself. But doing it and making it happen, it deserves a credential for that. And I'm glad to see, I didn't know until today that, that it's something that needs to be updated or renewed, however you're going to do that. So I'll be real interested to see that. But in turn, it also made me want to go back and redo some of the things. So in that continuous improvement of my own, taking the feedback from my reviewer and, putting those things into place, I think it'll be really helpful, not just for me, but for the whole collaborative.
Absolutely. Nikki, and then you wanted to add something?
I just wanted to quickly tag on to what Corey is saying, because this came up in our leadership pre-conference meeting yesterday. Understanding TPM is just as important as being able to implement it, right? So when you're thinking about, does this make sense for me as somebody who's kind of doing the work, who are the people that it makes sense that they still need to know what you're doing, or they have one particular role within that supply chain process and you want to make sure that they understand it. So there are different levels of how involved people need to be in the TPM process, and recognizing we do want people to be at that knowledge level and getting the digital badge, right? But for you all that are really doing the work, this is your opportunity to be able to demonstrate even more kind of the value of that. And you're not the only person we heard from that said, going through this process in itself was a reflection for us of how we can better communicate the impact of our work, where there might be gaps or opportunities for improvement on what we're doing, right? Different questions that we should be asking or processes we should be using with our employer partners. So there's a really great kind of learning opportunity from it, and Joe has done a fantastic job of developing resources on the front end to help kind of address some of those challenges that the first pilot had. Sorry, that was longer than I said.
No, it's fine. No, that's great. Well, and I think, and to Corey's point too, I think, as we developed this application, as we developed the process, some of the things that were, I think, for our first group were sort of arduous to get through, or kind of made you all think about, ooh, hey, was I approaching X, Y, or Z in the right way? What it did for us was provide a bunch of examples of really creative ways that using the TPM framework, we all say, right, it's a framework. You don't have to, it should not, restrict the process, or the process shouldn't restrict your work. It shouldn't hold you back. And you should really be listening to what employers need out of that process and maybe what they don't. And so what we got out of both rounds of application were really good conversation and comments and responses in applications that helped us then figure out, oh wait, there are other really creative ways that this work is being done, and we want those to be reflected in a successful application. And so, for example, if a collaborative, if an employer collaborative has done great work in strategies 1, 2, and 3, they really understand their needs, they understand the demand, but they're getting into conversation around supply data and where they currently get their talent, but Not a lot of them have that data, and we talk a lot in TPM about how to get around that and how important that process is. There were some really creative responses around, we weren't going to get the data from our employers, but we still wanted to have this conversation. So we dug into conversations around where they were getting that talent and finding other creative ways to get that information. And the application allows for applicants to meet the requirements based on those creative solutions, because that's what it's all about, right? It's art, it's not all science. So Corey, I'm interested, were there any other sort of aha moments or things that stick out to you about the process of your own application or the conversations with other practitioners who were going through the application process?
I think the biggest aha moment for me was centered around some of the reporting out, and they were specifically asking how you reported things out, and so to your group, like some of the data that you have collected. And my first response was I just told them. But then since then I've learned what other TPM practitioners have done, and so it really did help me kind of get a better idea again of what was expected, or some other ways to do it that were more meaningful, that also spread the word beyond just the group. So whether it's communicating it out to your community or to your economic development group, whatever that is. So those were some of the things that at first I was like, well, that's a funny question, but I think the biggest, all of it, is it really did give you, like you said, the reflection back to what you were doing, and paying attention to some of those. So I'm hoping that some of that is what you have also built into the collab to put the little star here. This is what's going to be on the credential.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, and to that point, I think, we tried, as Nikki mentioned, we tried to build a lot of resources that kind of help guide you along and know what's coming next in the application. I like to think about this application almost like a project, in that as you're responding to it, and if any of you have and we'll show you this, but if any of you have interacted with Colab, you know that there are units and different sections. There are also different sections of the application itself, so you can work on it in pieces and really think through, what was it that we did in each of these steps to implement this. And to really, drive home some really good strategies that you might have had for completing that work. So I want to go to, I think, both Corey and Sarah as we wrap up here. Any advice, first, Corey, any advice for applicants as they think about, as this rolls out publicly, applying for this credential?
Absolutely. I would say, first of all, go ahead and read through the application, understand it really carefully, and start planning it. So do not wait till the last minute. It is a long process. But I think the closer you can start taking those notes and answering those questions, the closer that is to the actual work, so that as you're kind of progressing through your strategies, you're also progressing through at least your draft of the application. You can always go back, because you'll discover new things later on that you want to add. But I think starting it early, because you'll forget those things. You'll forget some of maybe it's a comment that an employer made, or your own aha moment, or some media. There's so much that if you will kind of keep your own notebook, digital or paper, however works for you, from the very beginning, answering those questions. I think it would be good for you even if you never actually applied, but I think that by then you will have most of the work done and you'll just need to polish it up.
Yeah, I would echo absolutely everything Corey just said. Like I said, I've been doing TPM since 2018, and I know about 2 years into it, we wrote a big report in Kentucky on what we had done, and I guarantee that report does not reflect everything that would be required for this application. And 6 years later, I don't remember it all. So that's what really made me think back as I read the application and reviewed everyone else's application, because I know a lot of Corey's work too, to be honest. So it's a matter of, if you just start documenting as you go, and to Corey's recommendation, look at that application ahead of time, you're going to be ahead of the game. Honestly, I don't even think it would be as much of a process as you hear Corey describe if you already have all of that information stored somewhere and you can just pull it, because it's more than just the data. It's more than just, we've connected this many Kentuckians to work-based learning or something like that. It's the story behind the work and your interaction with your employers, with your partners. I mean, there truly is a narrative element to telling the story of what you've done to it. And so I think, I don't remember a lot of what I did in the beginning now. I can tell you the data behind it, but the stories behind it, bits and pieces.
And I think, that would come in play and be very nice to have for many other reasons as well. So I just, I think it's a great framework for just helping you organize your thoughts around what you have done, that you can use. You can use it for grants, you can use it for many things.
And there are a couple of other things I want to mention too along these lines. And various flexibilities that we sort of built into the final application. And those are that we also recognized through the applicant, and I think it was actually your application, that we realized that some collaboratives move at different paces than others, or resonate with you in a different way if you're doing multiple collaboratives about how well certain strategies went. And so we also allowed for some flexibility in if you've launched more than one collaborative and you get to a question that's really about implementing strategy 3 and a different collaborative than you've been writing about really nailed it and you want to tell us about that, we allow for that flexibility as well.
Thank goodness.
It was really the application process that kind of helped us do that and helped us continue to simplify as we moved through and make things clear. So I wanted to mention that. I also wanted to mention very quickly that the value of applying for this credential is not only that it's helping you sort of think through your strategies and how you've implemented this and be recognized in a different way, but the value to the entire network of this credential is as you all are telling your stories through your application, the Chamber Foundation has another way to collect the great work that you're doing to understand new ways to approach the strategies and flexibilities that might have worked in the field. And then as we go through rounds of curriculum audit and revision like we are doing now, we're able to sort of look back on what you've told us all about the work you're doing and how you're approaching it and build that in to additional tools and curriculum and strategies. So I think that's great. Any other thoughts? Nikki, do you have any?
Just one final thought, because I know we do want to leave some time for questions and a quick view of the platform. But do you guys remember the action plans from the TPM Academy curriculum, right? And you kind of looked at those to understand what activities you needed to be doing. Think of the application and the rubric that's been developed for the peer review as almost like your template for putting your outcomes and outputs, right? So this is an opportunity for you to think about, what are the things I've been doing? What is the impact of that? And I love that Corey brought up, how many of you have been applying for grants or other funding, or thinking about how you're approaching your employers to buy into this more, right? If you can build a narrative around that impact, like half the work's already done, right? So this is a great opportunity to think about that. So even if you're like, we are not in a place for me to be thinking about applying for this right now, I would still review it and say, this is something that I can use as a resource, as a tool for thinking about how we're going to continue to share what we've been doing, the impact of that work, and put you in a place to be ready, whether it's a year from now, 3 years from now, to apply for it.
Absolutely. And we used those action plans as we were considering competencies for how this is done in the field. So let's go ahead and questions from the audience. Any questions about the credential? Yes.
Just a question. You had mentioned that there was 2 steps after completing the academy.
Mine's still in here. I just left it in there.
I just went back to my notes. I didn't have anything really, if I'm answering the question, just went back to all of my notes from the different collaboratives and meetings that we had had and tried to answer the question. That's what I was saying. It'd be really nice to have had something, a framework to just keep my notes in instead of trying to pull it out. But our first collaborative started in 2020. So we had a few years, well, I guess it was 21 that we filled, gosh, yeah, so I guess we just had a year's worth.
Yeah, and I think, so for those of you who had already been through the Academy before the summative assessment existed, that is also available through CoLab to take the summative assessment as one of those steps that is required for application.
Still
Yeah, you
have
can
to take
still, yeah.
the summative assessment to get the digital badge. Yep.
Exactly, yep.
So for the summative assessment, it's 26 questions. You need to pass 80%. There are 2 versions of it, so you get 2 tries before we recommend you go back and review. But the best way to prepare for that is to go back and look at the learning objectives for each strategy and the key terms and definitions. And if you can articulate the learning objectives and the key terms and definitions, you'll be pretty well versed to take the summative assessment. Also, I'd recommend looking at the exercises too, because there are a few situational questions, right? Like a fictitious healthcare collaborative, this thing happened, how might you respond? So if you can do those things, you would be in a good spot for it.
One other thing I want to mention too is that I think, in contrast to the sort of short time frames and pressure of our pilots, right? We expect that there'll be 2 application periods per year. So while that application period is open, and even before, right, you can start to write your responses, start to work on your application, and then submit them during the open application period. So you've got a lot of flexibility in that system to start early, to really think about things, and to know when the next application cycle will be coming up. Yes?
So you will get a credential from this process, just like the digital badge is a credential. What we don't have yet is a certification, which is what you would get from something like becoming a SHRM professional or Scrum Master or any other sort of credential in that, or certification in that space. What this does is it puts you in a good place for when we do get to that point to be ready to move into that.
So, and as we built, part of the reason there's some complexity to the application and to these to the competencies that are associated with it, we worked with WorkCred and really built this credential on industry standards so that there are standards in place that sit behind this credential that allow us to transition.
Roy was like one of the originators of the ISO 9000 standards, yes. So yeah,
which
he
I
helped
came
us.
To know very well as we were working
Yes.
through this. So yes, we're setting you all up for success along those lines as well. Yes.
You will be notified when it becomes available. There potentially could be a cost associated with it. I don't know that we have an amount put out. I think it's dependent on the cost of the reviewer's time and whether or not we have philanthropic funding to help support this work. As of now, the pilot program is there's no cost associated with it. There is some pain a little bit getting us to the point, but we'll definitely let you all know when we have more of that information available. Yes, Taylor. And then I think we have to wrap up.
So a lot of times in TPM, it's easy to see it applied like strategy by strategy and then outcomes and then go back and see what you need to change. But I also know my ones, a lot of students across the country love it.
No. So it really is about as a knowledgeable TPM practitioner applying this work, it's about as you as you face each decision, how are you leaning on the framework to figure out what comes next, right? So all of the competencies are written around the concepts of the strategies, right? But even in the way that we ask the questions, it sort of transitions from strategy to strategy. It's organized by strategy to help you think about where that question, where it might have happened in the process, but it's really open to how did you help your group or your internal team, if you're an employer, make decisions based on the framework and the competencies that are associated with the methodologies.
And each question has sample examples of what that can look like. But we do have to wrap up on time, so I'm going to go ahead and ask that everyone give a round of applause to our panelists and to our moderator. And if you have additional questions, we're happy to answer those for you at another time. So
I think -3 minutes is pretty good.
Yeah, somebody stole 5 minutes from our time.
Success.
It went down pretty quickly.
All right.
Thank you.
I don't know.
I think
Good afternoon. My name is Shalia Harden. I'm CEO of GSHA Quality Services, and it's both an honor and a privilege to be the moderator for the session on good jobs. Increasingly, job quality for more American workers has become essential to a healthy economy, for successful businesses, for strong communities, thriving families, and a well-functioning democracy. Yet only 44% of working people in the U.S. report to having a good job, which is defined by satisfaction with the job characteristics, which they care most about. This is particularly true for populations that may be a focus of our TPM implementation, namely women, people of color, and immigrants. For many years, organizations such as Aspen Institute has been marshaling public-private coalitions and developing practical tools to advance job quality across the U.S. Over the past several months, the U.S. Chamber Foundation, in partnership with the Aspen Institute, has brought together a review committee to develop new learning content that looks at job quality from the TPM perspective. The group included both TPM partners who have used the TPM framework as well as job quality subject matter experts. Job quality and job design are hot topics in workforce development. Job quality addresses both the employer pain points as well as employees' concerns. It is unique in that it's a standalone pain point for employers, but it also has implications for other common pain points employers experience, such as unfilled job openings, turnover and retention, and lack of workforce diversity. So what is a job design and quality? There are lots of definitions out there and lots of frameworks that exist. The U.S. Chamber Foundation has settled on the following definition for job design and quality. It is the process of creating a job that enables the organization to achieve its business goals while motivating and rewarding employees. In other words, TPM job quality will help practitioners address employers' pain points through the lens of designing and offering higher quality jobs to candidates and current employees. The TPM job quality has 8 features that make up the framework. These are earnings and wages, benefits, safety and security, when and where work is performed, how work is performed, learning, development, and advancement, employee voice and engagement, and management and supervision. Underlying to all of these features is a diversity, equity, and inclusion. Joining me today on our panel, each would introduce themselves as we get into our discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Maureen Conway. I'm a vice president at the Aspen Institute and executive director of the Aspen Institute's Economic Opportunities Program. Glad to be with you.
Thanks. My name is Laurie Mays, and I am a talent pipeline project manager with the Kentucky Chamber Foundation and specialize in agriculture and equine. So I work with employers across the state, anything from veterinary clinics to equine and livestock transportation companies and farms.
My name is Ann McKay. I'm the Human Resources Director with Tailor Made Stallions. It's a thoroughbred horse farm in Nicholasville, Kentucky.
Welcome. Thank you. So let's start with Maureen. The Aspen Institute has been a leader in bringing together important stakeholders to discuss job quality, and you all put together a working definition for what a good job is. Can you tell us why you thought it was important to do so, and what was most significant or revealing about that experience?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much for the question, and thank you all for being here. And I first also want to thank our colleagues at the Chamber of Commerce Foundation. They have been fabulous to work with as we've been thinking about how to incorporate job quality into the TPM framework. And to answer your question, why did we have to sort of build this definition? I think there's sort of two kind of tenets that were guiding us. One, I think it is our very firm belief that good jobs are good business, right? That you know, and like Sheila was saying, they address sort of these multiple pain points. If you're thinking about vacancy rates or engagement or whatever, sort of good jobs helps address a number of issues, and we think good jobs are good business. But also, we think what gets managed. What gets measured gets managed. And so it's important to have sort of a shared vision of what a good job is. So we worked with colleagues at the Families and Workers Fund, and we went through, as Sheila mentioned, there's many good jobs frameworks. We went through lots of different frameworks. We had focus groups with business. We had focus groups with workers. We had sort of a multi-stakeholder group of academics and people in philanthropy, people in workforce development, economic development, kind of this wide range of stakeholder groups. And we sort of came up with a definition that rests on 3 pillars. And I like that definition because I can only ever remember 3 things. So, and really we said, you know, what's really common across these things is a good job provides basic economic stability. It provides opportunities for economic mobility, opportunities to learn more, to build skills, to build wealth. And it provides a work environment that has equity, dignity, and respect, right? And these were sort of these 3 pillars that were across all the definitions, and sort of all the different stakeholder groups could agree that that's right. And I think it echoes something else that you were bringing out in your remarks, that a good job is important not just because it's good for workers and it's good for business, but you know, it's really related to that research you were citing from Gallup about how people feel about their jobs and how many people think that they have good jobs. What they also found is that people who had higher job quality, who perceived higher job quality, also had higher sort of quality of life and sort of satisfaction as well, right? So in our view, good jobs are important for business, important for workers, but they're also important for a good society, right? For building a society in which people can support their families, contribute to their communities, and for all these reasons, we think good jobs are really important. We're really delighted to be having these conversations today, and I'll just stop there for now.
A lot of good information. So it's a good lead into Lori. Can you give us an overview of the employee survey that was used as a catalyst at the Kentucky Chamber of Commerce to understand the job quality framework?
Yes, so as part of a collaborative, which Ann's company is a part of, we were really looking at retention rates on thoroughbred farms across central Kentucky. They had been looking at both recruitment and retention, but they really wanted to focus on retention and why they were having a significant turnover, especially in their entry-level positions. And one of the things they were finding is that they really needed to focus on leadership for frontline supervisors. So those individuals that supervise those entry-level positions were really getting promoted on various things, but not really given the training to be overseeing or managing individuals. So when they got into those management roles, they weren't doing a great job of it. And so the collaborative really focused on, we need to be specific about leadership training. But when we started looking into leadership training and what that might look like in an agricultural setting, we started talking to various entities that could help provide that training, and they really started asking questions that we didn't know the answers to in terms of what type of leadership did we want to focus on, topics that the employers really wanted to learn about specifically, et cetera. And so they said, well, if you don't know those answers, there's no point in just going in and kind of throwing darts at a board and figuring this out. So they said, what you really need to do is ask your employees. And so what those collaboratives did is they created a survey. They called it the Employee Voice Survey. And it was everything from how they communicate with their leadership. Do they feel comfortable going to HR? Do they know that they have certain programs available at their facilities? Are there educational opportunities for them, onboarding procedures? What's the company culture? All of that kind of stuff. And they got really great feedback. So the employers really took that to heart, learned from what their employees had told them, and they used that targeted approach with those specific positions that they had identified as pain point positions. And what they really came up with is, we need to continue having this conversation with our employees. We don't want this to be a one and done. And so we actually formed an employee collaborative. So if you think of a collaborative with your businesses and your employers that we do through TPM. We did that, but with employees. And the cool thing about it is that we didn't have them represent their employer, they represented their position. And so that position was one of the ones that the industry had deemed one of their critical positions. So we had multiple facilities send representatives for that particular position. So they were across the board of this collaborative's facilities being represented, but really they represented their position within the industry. And we met once a month, and we usually met at a brewery, which really helped as well. And so we would have dinner or drinks or whatever, and we would really kind of have open conversations about what were their sticking points as employees in these industries, and what did they want to communicate with their employers. And I kind of acted as the liaison and would then go back to our employer collaborative and kind of deliver that information. And those employees felt really comfortable having that space to speak on things. And we saw a lot of movement in the conversation between employers and their employees. And it took a lot of the guesswork or the assumptions out of what they were trying to do within their facilities.
So Ann, what are some of the results or actions that were implemented at TaylorMade for your Thoroughbred Forum as a result of that survey?
So once Laurie met with the group and they kind of finished their collaborative effort, she gathered all that data information and she gave it to us, the farm leaders. And so then I took that back to our leadership team and we discussed it. So we had a couple things going on. We knew, I mean, we're typical of any company. We, try to promote from within. Someone has great horsemanship skills. They've been with us for a while. They get promoted, but they don't have all the soft managerial leadership skills. So that was one area that we knew that we needed to focus on. And then there was the employee engagement piece and how those kind of fit hand in hand. So one thing that we did, we took that information, we are paying for like individual talent coaches for some of our new supervisors and frontline supervisors and some of the older ones that have been there for a while. And we're getting them training, but we also, for the talent coach, I gave them that information. So I said, these are all of the things that came out of this employee collaborative so that they are working hand in hand with our supervisors. And then another initiative that we kind of put into place, TaylorMade, we have a program in place. It's called His Way at Work. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, but it's kind of a Christian-based program where, you're trying to live out your kind of core Christian values within your company that is also helpful for your overall culture in your company. And we had like a caring committee that has been created out of that. And typically, who has always been on the caring committee would be like me, the HR director, and a lot of the supervisors and some of our office staff, but not a lot of our farm staff, which really makes up about 70% of our staff anyway. So we decided with that caring committee, we have like one office administrator that kind of, it's kind of her project, her baby now. And then we took everyone off of the committee, like myself, and we put all of, our farm staff on that committee so that they feel a part of, TaylorMade. They get to be a part of, creating like our parties, our summer parties, our winter parties, and we have some other collaboratives where, there are funds set aside. So if any employee is having issues, having any kind of a financial issue, we can help them with any unexpected bills that are coming up. And instead of having to come to someone like me or a supervisor, they can go to their peers. And it makes them feel more included. They are, more a part of the team. And I don't know, it's been really, really positive, and the communication's been really much better, because you get some of these frontline employees that then communicate to the rest of the team. Anyway, it's been a really great partnership. That's just one of the many things that we've been involved in with the Kentucky Chamber.
So the last question, Maureen, I'm going to take it back to you again. So what are some additional cultural components that may cause challenges for job quality efforts? In other words, what tends to be the reason employers may get stuck?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think, I was listening to you talk and I was thinking of some of the things that are really helpful for getting unstuck. And you really started with this listening to kind of the experience of your workers and what's happening with them. And I think that's one of the places that employers can get a little stuck is sometimes when I'm talking to companies, they're reluctant to do something like an employer survey or something like that because, they're strapped, they're stressed, and they think, oh, everybody's going to ask for a raise and I can't afford a raise or whatever. And they kind of make some assumptions about what they think is going on and don't take the time to listen. And I think that that's one of the key places to start is to really take some time to listen and to hear what that experience is. And sometimes that's really hard, right? Because sometimes employers have had to hear things like that their policies have been really difficult for people. So I remember talking to one person in a manufacturing company who, they had lots of issues and they'd had a lot of mandatory overtime and, had not really taken into account kind of what that had meant for the family lives of the people who worked there and was really taken aback by what that meant and how people felt about that. And, so it can be hard sometimes. You have to, but I think sort of starting there and really listening to what that experience is, and then that gives you the starting places, right? That gives you the places where you can start to chip away. So that would be the main thing that I think of. And we did this work. I'm thinking of manufacturing. We did this work in Illinois with the Illinois Manufacturing Excellence Center that was trying to sort of build a job quality framework into its strategy to sort of, typically they would help people with lean manufacturing and, process improvement, things like that. But you need the people to do it, right? So they were trying to build the job quality into that. And these were some of the things that they were struggling with. But this one family-owned company, once they sort of started down the path of this, their employees didn't ask for a raise. They could see that they were struggling and couldn't do that right now. And the things that they needed were really different than what they expected. And it really helped them find the way forward. And also, when we think about those three pillars, sort of like basic economic stability, opportunity for growth, a lot of that is opportunity to contribute. People really want to contribute and sort of creating that framework for them to do that. And then also the equity, dignity, and respect. When people feel heard and listened and that their work is valued, that's what they were really, really looking for. And so I guess that's a long answer to your question.
No, it's a good answer, yeah. So
to say start with listening.
So do you have anything else you guys want to bring out? In terms of the program that you've implemented and at your facility, what is the outcome in terms of you've got better retention? Some of the pain points, have they been reduced based on these?
I do feel like, yes, I feel like, you have better retention and you just, the overall culture is much more positive, I would say. And like I said, you're getting, you're just getting a lot more involvement from, your entire demographic instead of just, managers and folks that are in the office. You're getting input from everyone, and it's made a difference, and it's just been interesting, just how some people have stepped up, and you see some of their, folks that you didn't realize that probably have some really great leadership skills. You've allowed them to kind of have a voice and step up, and it's been very positive.
So again, this is a new course that is going to be added to TPM for the TPM practitioners to help, again, address the employer's job quality pain points. Any comments, questions? Yes.
Correct. Were they union positions? Were they what? Was this a union position? No. Okay, because I just wondered how that would work out. Yeah.
But what did you hear from them that was different from what you heard from the employers that you were able to take back?
So a lot of it really addressed the same things, the pain points that the employers were expressing, and things, coming personally from industry, and understanding kind of some of the grumblings underwise, but they were never communicated properly across kind of the span. So one of the things we heard a lot from the employees themselves is that there was not a well-defined pathway. So a lot of these individuals that were coming in on more entry-level positions, they were positions that you would expect them to be in for 18 months to 2 years. But really what we were seeing is unless they advocated for themselves to learn more, upskill themselves, or be interested in different divisions and things like that, they kind of got stale in those positions, and then they would leave the company / the industry. And so when we kind of brought that back to the employers and said, they don't want to just kind of languish in these positions, and they were like, well, we can do all these things. We can put them here and we can put them there, but they had never taken the initiative as an employer to really help them grow as an employee, and the employee hadn't really advocated for themselves, so they just never went anywhere, and then they left the industry. And so what they really kind of put together through some of these conversations is they were very specific about creating career pathways, both within their companies and also within their industry sector as well, and then being able to communicate that with their staff. So if they brought them on in a particular position, we really worked with the employers to, you're not just hiring, like in our industry, a groom, which is a very entry level but very hands-on position, but you are hiring a future farm manager. And so how do you see that person through their career path? And that has given a lot of ownership to those employees to then see what their career could look like in 10 years and knowing that they're not going to be in that particular position. So it was a pain point on both sides, but it had never been properly communicated across the channels. So once that kind of communication happened, both parties were able to kind of jump on it and work together to move forward. So it's a lot of things like that where we saw that employers weren't unwilling and employees weren't unwilling to work hard and do all of those things. They really just didn't know what each other wanted or needed.
I think this is a really great addition to TPM, and I applaud the building of it and the thoughtfulness behind it, because I think there is space for this. I had a question for Anne. Can you cite anything that was done differently once the majority of the farm workers started being involved? Like, did your parties end up being different, or how else did they actually tangibly change what was going on?
I would say the parties have ended up being different, which I think was needed, and it's something I had talked about with our team, but coming from me, it's not the same as when it comes from the farm worker or whatever. Like our our Christmas party was always very. It was really kind of, very dress up, very fancy, very, and that's the majority of our farm workers, that's just not for them. So it was kind of uncomfortable for them. So we've, changed. It's a lot more casual. I think it's a lot more fun. So, some things have changed that way. With that caring committee, with the funds that we had set aside for folks that, have a financial crisis that comes up, we have seen more utilization of that because, again, they can go to their peers that they're more comfortable speaking with, and so there's been more utilization of that and things like that, which that's all been very, very positive.
Yeah. I'll just say also, like I mentioned, the work we did with the Illinois Manufacturing Excellence Center, and we did do a evaluation of this. It's on our website, but so we did document that as they sort of did things to improve the quality of the jobs, and they also sort of in combination with sort of other things with their business strategy, they both improved their sales, improved the wages, right? So you could see a clear business benefit to them going down this path. So just wanted to mention that because I do think we've seen that over the years, and we have for a while now, run what we call a Good Companies, Good Jobs initiative within the Economic Opportunities Program. And I want to give a shout out to my colleague, Lauren Starks, who's back there, who is our new director of that initiative. You know, we've been documenting stories of companies that really center job quality and use that as their competitive strategy. To one of my favorite stories is Marlin Steel, which really used it as a turnaround strategy and really, you know, went from a manufacturing facility that was, you know, where people were, you know, there were injuries and things like that, and people had to take the bus to the work because they didn't make enough money and had problems with turnover and absenteeism, to a really highly productive place that, you know, really exemplifies a lot of the things around good jobs. But it's a process, right? It doesn't happen overnight, and, you know, you sort of start with where you start and you move forward. But anyway, I just wanted to say there's, you know, we have a profile of them and some other companies as well about how they've used these strategies to really not just improve jobs, but really for good business results.
I'd like to say, for one thing, with working with Laurie, so just the networking of getting all of the different farms together that, you know, helped with these initiatives, then that kind of helps, you know, the rest of the HR group, you know, network, because we have like 135 employees. So, you know, the career path is not great at TaylorMade. You know, especially for a groom, you know, working into a barn foreman position, those may or may not come available. But it's a small community and we do work together. You know, we hate to lose people, but if I know that I'm losing someone to another farm, that, you know, that we work closely together. And so we've definitely helped with each other's staffing. I can say that with some of the veterinarian hospitals and some of the other farms. Because if I have someone that I know is just, we're holding them back and there's some other opportunities, I'll reach out to some of these other farms and see what we can do for these folks. And so that's, for me, that's just been great, is having that networking.
Yeah, and I think that's lent to, you know, that's also can be a recruitment tool for you. If people see a company progressing their employees, even if they're not staying with you in particular, that helps on the back end of it as well. And we've seen that as well, kind of within the industry, but in different sectors. We're working on a project right now, specifically with this groom position, that we also really struggle, like a lot of transportation companies do, with CDL drivers. But in the livestock and equine industry, they not only have to have a CDL, but they have to have livestock handling experience. And that's really difficult to find someone or train someone that is interested in both. And so what we've really been working on is taking those grooms and allowing them to obtain their CDLs while they're working at these farms. And then they go on to be CDL drivers at livestock transport companies. And so even though those farms aren't retaining them on their payroll, they know that they're still handling their animals and they're still in the industry. And that's giving them the ability to recruit on the other side, because then individuals know that they have that opportunity with that particular facility. So I think that's work that our industry hadn't necessarily done before, kind of cross-collaboratively. And they're kind of looking at it more as an umbrella in their entire industry, that yes, we'd love to keep them in our company, but even if we can keep them within our industry, that's better than losing them to, no offense to the manufacturers or whatever, but, you know, to a different industry altogether, that they would like to keep them within their own housing of that industry. And I think that this has helped, those collaboratives and working together has helped with that.
I just was going to ask, when Maureen was talking about the different companies that have different type of job quality features, I know one in Michigan that they're not on public transportation, where it's located at, so they actually have a van that meets them at the last place where the public transportation, and then commutes the individual or carpool the individuals into the job from there, which again is another feature for the employees to make sure they get to work. Any other comments or questions? Okay, going once.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good example, because well, there just are a lot of different, when you dig into the details, there's a lot of them that you can address.
So hello up there, and thank you for sharing. I have a question for Lori and maybe for Anne too. As you talked about some of the cultural benefits of doing this collaborative work with your competitors, employee benefits, good jobs are just so important for so many reasons. Thank you for lifting that up. But what business metrics did you all identify as an employer collaborative that have really been equally informative in running your businesses?
So one of the interesting things is you know, the equine and agriculture industries are very cyclical in terms of both our industry needs as well as weather and all of the things seasonal. And one of the big things that we've worked with is schedules, shifts, schedules. It's oftentimes a 6-day-a-week industry. There's long hours. It's not, you know, if you've got something going on, you stay till the job is done kind of thing. And that's a big issue for a lot of our staff. You know, if they get 1 day off or if they get 2, they're not consecutive, and that's a big problem. And so we've had several farms that have really worked to change the way that they do things at their facility so that it better supplies a better quality of life to their staff. So for example, we have a farm that's, they are piloting 2 consecutive work days that are, or 2 consecutive days off that are rotating. So they may have a Monday, Tuesday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, et cetera. And they've actually been able to do it so that their staff is making the same amount of money they would in a 6-day work week in a 5-day work week, because they've changed their business operations. So they're not, for example, they're not bringing horses in as often, so they don't have as much hands-on manpower that is needed in the barns. And so that's gone very well for retention and things like that. But what they're measuring now is, what is their business outputs? Are these horses, you know, in our world, are they doing as well on the racetrack? Are they selling as well at the sales? What is the quality of our animals that are going off the farm? And so they really are wanting to track, basically, is our product still at the same or better than it was before we kind of implemented these changes? And they're seeing very positive results. So they're basically saying that, you know, it's all great, but if our quality of our product is going down, this is not sustainable for our business, but they're not seeing that. And so those farms are looking at it from that. I know that's a kind of an interesting way to look at it because it's very unique to the horse industry, but it can be applied to any industry in terms of they did have to kind of morph what their process looked like to better support their employees, but they're seeing positive results from that.
Okay, you asked a question about metrics, and I just can't hold myself back. So one of the things in 2018, we launched this company called Working Metrics that was based on sort of like, how do we think about benchmarking job quality of companies kind of in similar industries of similar size, and they measure basically some things that I think you guys have kind of referenced. So they look at kind of like the entry-level wage, but they look at retention, internal advancement, and those are like really key things. And then these are disaggregated by race, ethnicity, and gender, so that you can see if there's equity issues. And that, like, just those basic measures gives you a really good sense of like how you stack up. The software can use public data to sort of benchmark companies against kind of peer companies, right? So you can also see how you stack up against sort of like companies to give you a sense. So that's like if you're trying to take a first blush. But then I like some of the things you're mentioning, because I think, you know, I think really thinking about when you're trying to do sort of, if you're really trying to be look at job quality and think about how are we going to do this in a way that's sort of sustainable and good for our business. You want to think about where is that business value gonna come from, right? And we did this other project, we called this like a business value assessment, looking at workforce investments and trying to get at the business value assessment, the business value metrics. And there was a wide range of things that the companies we worked with chose to look at. They would look at things like injuries and safety, because those are expensive. They would, in different industries, they're looking at things like customer service ratings, on-time delivery, scrap rates. There was like there were many things. And what we found was, sort of when we started this process, we thought, okay, we're going to find a way to get to like an ROI, right? And getting to sort of an ROI as like a 10% return was just too high level because it wasn't sort of clearly connected to the changes you were making, the investments you're making in the workforce, and sort of how it was showing up in the industry. But they could see that these kinds of things, like they know on-time delivery is important, and they could see that connection really clearly to the changes in the workforce and how that was happening. So I think this idea of like let's think about what are the metrics that are going to tell us if this is working for us. Thinking about that as you start is really important. I'm sorry, I'm a real metrics nerd.
What I like to say is, you guys have heard this happy wife, happy life type thing? Actually, I believe that also a happy employee is more productivity as well. So just think of it in that way. Any other comments, questions? Well, thank you so much, and appreciate your attention.
Please join me in giving another round of applause to our job quality panelists. We are so excited about this new learning content and making it available to our growing network. So 2 things that I will offer to you. The first one is that we are going to host an informational webinar about the new content on October 18th at 2 p.m. Eastern. If you turn to page 29, in your attendee workbook, we actually have a QR code that you can go ahead and scan now and register for that informational webinar. The other fun thing is that we're actually offering, thanks to our partnership with the Aspen Institute, free enrollment for the month of October. So in the case that you are wanting to see what this learning content looks like and you have already graduated from a TPM Academy, then we are offering you all free access so that you can be beta testers. So the glitch, or the hitch, you know what I'm saying. The kicker is that we would be requiring feedback in order to get that free access to the course. So think of this as a beta test. We want to make sure that we are offering the best information, the best resources that are going to equip you to integrate job quality into your TPM implementation. So that is the only request on behalf of our team for you all to participate and get free access to that course. So again, in the month of October, free access as long as you provide feedback. So we're coming to the close of our program for our day, but before we do that, I am very excited to introduce you all to Jennifer Carlson from Apprenti. Jennifer led a roundtable discussion during our cookie break, and we're really excited to have an opportunity for the whole group to hear from her. She is going to stick around for the networking reception as well, but please join me in thanking her for sponsoring our reception, and we're really excited for the opportunity for more TPM partners to get connected with Apprenti. So with that, I'll ask Jennifer to come out to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I stand as the last barrier between you and a cocktail. And I know typically how that feels. So I will try to make this short. I appreciate everybody being here and the opportunity to speak, and these events are always incredibly mentally nourishing, an opportunity to collaborate and share ideas, and so I hope you all had a wonderful first day today and that we'll see you all again tomorrow. From my perspective, I just want to share echo some things that I heard at the roundtable and kind of some perspective that's come out throughout the day today. Apprenti is an intermediary that works with the U.S. Department of Labor on the expansion of registered apprenticeship in the United States. And while we focus very heavily on the tech sector, we are in collaboration with a number of other contractors from DOL that support multiple sectors, as well as a Good Jobs Challenge awardee for a grant to expand apprenticeship further into non-traditional sectors. And along with 31 other grantees, more than a half a dozen of which are in the room, we represent multiple sectors, but also multiple approaches. So it is not exclusively about registered apprenticeship. I think we all recognize that as TPM has demonstrated to all of us as we've gone through this, that there's more than one way to get to the outcomes we're looking for. Reskilling people from non-traditional backgrounds, closing talent divide, and helping companies see another pathway forward. So as a way to bring sort of a conversation to our time together here for the rest of this evening, I think one thing that I would like to kind of champion in the minds of everybody here as we think about how to help employers engage, since that's been a theme today, how do we get companies to the table to talk to us about non-traditional hiring and skills-based hiring, is how do we also help companies think about how to change their mindset about how to define talent? How are we as a country looking at changing our perspective? What do we have to do in our culture to shift that conversation away from exclusively a college or a higher education focus? And with change management, one of the culture change conversations we have with companies is around how that cascades from executive leadership down through the bottom of the organization where day-to-day decision-making is done. And that is ultimately where the rubber hits the road with companies, and engaging with managers at all levels and getting greater engagement within organizations so that it's not for large companies siloed to department by department or decision maker by decision maker, or that executive sponsorship leads to actionable outcomes that we all support. And everybody in this room plays a part in that, whether you're influencing a company to make that change through a commitment to hire, through any number of outcomes, not only apprenticeship, but also how we help informed higher education, and how we look at skills-based hiring instead of enforcing or looking at simply stack ranking resumes based on where people have gone to school and numbers of years of education or experience. So if I can promote a conversation, not only with everyone here, but sort of a thought process for all of us to take forward about ways and means to get the industries collectively, healthcare, finance, IT, and others, to think differently about that hiring, I think that will help move the needle for all of us faster in this adoption process. So to the degree that the Good Jobs Challenge, the Department of Commerce, and the Department of Labor can be of assistance in any or all of those conversations, please seek out all of us as grantees. You can also find out who the contractors are for both of those organizations via their websites. And we saw earlier website apprenticeship.gov from the Department of Labor, and Good Jobs Challenge through the Department of Commerce lists all the grantees and the industries they're focused on. Please feel free to reach out to any or all of us for assistance. And that is our charter to do to help all of you. Have a lovely evening. I hope you enjoy your drinks, and I look forward to seeing you out in the lobby.
Okay, so end of day one, how does everybody feel? I'm really hoping that y'all are still gonna like me after I tell you what I have to tell you. It is too slippery for us to be on the roof because of all the rain all day. So you might have seen our wonderful catering team getting set up in the briefing center. I do heartily apologize. Believe me, I want to cry over this, but alas, we can't control the weather. Still, drinks on me, okay? So enjoy yourself. Just a couple of closing notes for the day. We did find a purse. Lexi, if you want to hold up the purse in the back, that was left in the Lee Anderson room. If that belongs to you, please claim it, because we want to make sure. Oh, perfect, wonderful. Okay, good deal. We found the culprit. Glad that connection has been made. Number two. If you are currently a SHRM professional and you need your professional development credits, just a reminder to please scan the QR codes that have been at each of the sessions. That's the only way that you can get credit. If you did not get a chance, you have to scan it for every session. If you have not had a chance to scan, please make sure that you do so. Connect with us because we want to make sure that you're able to get those credits. The reception, as we've said, is in the room next door. What I'm asking is that because we do have this amazing photographer with us, let's get some group photos. So my colleagues who are TPM fellows, both new and current fellows, people who have been fellows for a while, we're going to start out with you guys. So please, as soon as you go into the reception hall, make your way onto the stage so that we can get your group photos. And then I'm going to ask for my state colleagues. We've got a lot of folks here from Illinois and from Kentucky and from California. We've got some Florida folks. We've got some Arizona folks. Please, Texas, absolutely. Sorry, Andrew's looking at me like, don't you dare forget Texas. Connect with your friends. Let's get some photos. Again, we would love for you guys to take advantage of our colleague being here. The good news is that the bus tour, for those of you who were able to sign up for the bus tour, that is not canceled. It has stopped raining. It is a bit chilly, but the bus tour will leave from right outside of the lobby, outside at 7 o'clock. So I would encourage you to go outside a couple minutes before 7 o'clock so that you can get loaded up. That will bring you back here to the chamber. If you plan to stay out and about, if you're having such a great time outside, please let one of our colleagues, Mike and Lexi, know that you plan to stay out just so that we can make sure we're accounting for where folks are. I think that covers it in terms of everything that I'm supposed to mention, but for the fact that tomorrow we start at 8:30 a.m. With breakfast. You do not need to arrive any earlier than 8:30. I'll still have curlers in my hair. So do not arrive any earlier than 8:30. We'll start program right at 9 o'clock. If you need to bring your luggage here, you are more than welcome to do so. We will have a space for you all to put your luggage, and we can show you how to do that tomorrow. All right? Any questions from any folks before we go over to enjoy the evening? Absolutely. You will need to take it with you. Yep, you will need to take your things with you. Great question, because you will not be able to come back into the building when the bus comes back to the chamber. Really great question. Any other outstanding inquiries? All right, well, please join me in thanking all of our speakers for today. Have a wonderful, wonderful time at the reception. And again, if you would go ahead and take your things with you, if you want to take any of the case studies or the TPM one-pager off your table, anything that you would like from this room, please go ahead and take it with you. Be sure you stick around for lunch tomorrow because it is going to be the most special lunch we've ever hosted.